Hello and welcome back one last time to a Thursday night here at Heroes and Hooligans where we are playing Gilded Destinies episode 39, Inheritance. With me, as I have had for the past year and 5 days, are Kokkola, Xenlynn, Shen, and Resnor. I said Shen and Resnor, not Jillian. Oh my goodness, I am a fool. We're starting off strong, gang. Played by the lovely Hoolie Dawn. Shen this time, and not Duke. God, what a fucking ride, gang. I've never had more fun in my favorite D&D setting than I have playing it with the four of you.
You don't have to lie to us.
And we haven't even touched on my favorite part that much. Warforged have been out of our eyes. But the things we have touched on all started in the main hall of House Kundarak, didn't they, Kokkola? Would you remind me how you got to this point?
Do you want the politically correct version of it or Kokkola's inner thoughts version of it?
I want the version that will help our audience understand why Kokkola is here. Maybe not exactly what happened, but what Kokkola thinks happened.
Well, she initially started with the party on a secret quest from her family, which from her mother specifically, who is an agent of House Kundarak, even more so a Goradine agent. And Kokkola was a newly inducted Goradine agent herself, so it was like her first thing. She was meant to go and join the group and spy on the situation. That was made to happen by a you're kicked out, go spread your wings and fly sort of situation. And that's what she initially joined with. But she's always been a person underlying believing that the houses needed to change, whether she was from a prominent family or not, a Kundarak of House Kundarak. She just thought that their ways were antiquated and always thought they needed to change. And that's where she's at as a person now. Because not only, Jillian's been her best friend since they were knee-high to a grasshopper, which now they're really only just a little bit taller than a grasshopper as is. But
maybe we're high now.
Yeah, now we're shoulder high to a grasshopper. But, Zen and Rez and even Jolly for Jolly's time before criminal convictions and such, she made connections with those people and realized how much the houses needed to change, not being isolated by them anymore, out in the free world, not under the thumb of her mother, and being able to reconnect with her other part of her family as well. There's just a lot of things, and that's what's led her to be here now with these people.
Yeah. And on that path, we had quite a few interesting encounters, didn't we? Running into not only your party, but in the first town you stopped in, an entire town that you found the will to find hatred in your heart for.
Oh yeah, Zilspar. That was just rough
with Cola's first foray out of the city of Sharn being such a harsh experience for her. How do we think that shaped her moving forward?
I think it affected her perception on things and the quote-unquote influence of the houses, because she grew up in Sharn where her mother was known, her family was known. She's known, like she could go into a place where she'd worked before, done wards, and they would know her by name. And she was able to pretty much accomplish just about anything that she needed to accomplish very easily. And leaving Shard and coming across other folks who don't live and work directly with the houses on a regular basis, it was very much like a reality check that she might be a Nepo baby, and she wanted to not be. And also, she thinks those people were dicks.
All right. All right. And moving on from Kokkola, who has been shaped from, well, gone from Nepo baby to different kind of Nepo baby. He really just switched sides of the family at the end of the day. We have Xenlynn, who at the end of our last episode refused the title of Nepo baby. What has shaped this long-walking prince to turn down a title over the past year?
I mean, for starters, he never expected, like, a title. Like, when he left, he wasn't the prince. But he left looking for answers, never having been accepted or having his desires or dreams supported. He did not like the solutions that he had been offered, so he left. And he met probably his best friend, arguably, very quickly before he even met the others. But he left looking for answers, looking for research into his condition, possible cures, and as most drow that leave Kyber, into a weapon. And so when he got an offer to join a business and set up a new rail line, it seemed like, while he may not care about a rail, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to accomplish his goals and to travel around and do research, gain experience. And that's what he did, you know. I think Zilspar caught him off guard more because of how his party reacted.
Yeah, for you, it was really just another taste of home above ground.
Yeah, I think Xenlynn also saw the questionable way that we went about it and did not really expect a better response from that. But you know, we got through that. You know, there were trials, but we kept going. We found a place, you know, where we got interrupted while we were trying to sleep, but we thought it could be a decent place to set up a nice little central outpost location until we got to Revan, where Kokkola knew people, and we wound up being landowners after, you know, fighting ghosts. And I guess we were landowners before we slayed wyverns.
You did fight a circle of satyrs in the forest, and
that's true.
We
did have some dancing, frolicking, bloody battles.
And actually, you had a battle just before arriving in.
We did. We killed a bunch of. Are they Quaylogs? Am I saying that right?
I believe you are.
Something like that. That are demon type things, which Xenlynn, no bars, no questions asked. That's his whole thing. That's you know, that was whatever. Xenlynn's all about fighting otherworldly beings. See those aforementioned dreams that were never supported. But yeah, so we got to Revan, we met people, and he potentially found an answer to his cure. Although I think at this point he's maybe questioning if he ever needed one to begin with. He's accomplished the things he always wanted to do with getting a cure. He fought on the front lines in battle. He slew wyverns atop a tower. He met, your Tash the Fort. Things happened. We set up a war, and we were the vanguard. We did what he always wanted to. And we won, like, relatively decisively, too. We moved these people, and I think it's also just jarring for him. I don't think maybe he has fully processed what it is, but he's essentially for the last 6 to 9 months been free for the first time in his life. And
Xenlynn, I believe we said, left Kyber to the upper levels of Zendrick a year and a half ago.
Okay, so
it's been about 9 months since you landed in
Sharn.
Corvair. In Corvair, yeah, in the continent.
So for the last year and a half, I don't think it hit. I think when we started, he was kind of rigid. He still doesn't really drink or anything, but he wakes up early and does his calisthenics. He is very reserved, but I think he started to open up because he had the opportunity to, and he came back here, and right away that freedom is just gone. Like, instantly his mother is trying to control him, tell him how to talk, what to do, and we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah. Before we see how that plays out, let's talk a little bit about Jillian Rilke. Healer to the needy. A warm room for people who just needed to step inside. Murderer of 16 people. I went back and counted, darling. Breaker of chains and slayer of tyranny. Thank you for that one, Holy. And member of House Jurasco? I hope you could hear the question mark in that. What path took you from working in a for-profit clinic in the Undercity, illegally giving out medication and healing, to rebel leader and slayer of men?
I think it's been a long road that's led her there. Probably starting back when she was in Dragon Mark school, and she saw the hypocrisy in House Jurasco. At first, she thought it was just a bad influence of the Church of the Silver Flame, but eventually she saw that it was just greed. Everyone seemed to be greedy and not really care about the people who they should be serving. They should be helping them, instead of trying to get more brass, get more silver, get more gold.
And you remember back to a house filled with the smells of freshly baked bread. You can hear water boiling on the stove. You see your father smile over at you. Jillian, it's going to be just bread and kippos again tonight. I hope that's all right. And you see your mother look up. Don't worry, though. Once you head off to school, it'll be kippers, like the fish.
That makes a lot more sense.
Don in our back chat just said kibbles.
Like what? This is Jill, not Resnor.
Kibbles, you say?
We'll talk about what Resnor eats for a snack next. And then you flash forward to opulent halls, a place meant for education, but designed to catch the eye, designed to brag. There is no need for this school to have gilded railways, but it does, because the children of the best go here. And how could those children receive anything but the best? And then you remember, lit only by torches and lanterns, the walkway outside of your clinic in the Undercity, people literally crowding the sides of the road to try to stay out of the way and wait for someone to help. You know, Jillian, that until the last 9 months of your life, you, even at your lowest, were always comfortable. You could count on a roof over your head and food in your belly. And you spent the last decade of your life serving people who did not. Now that you have spent just a bit of time, because you did not spend long without wealth and security and comfort, but just a bit of it in those shoes, how has it brought Jillian to the Undercity in the Underdark? Where is Jillian at right now, having cast aside her faith for a power she thinks greater? Or is it a power she thinks greater? Or is it a power she thinks needs her more?
I think she feels like it's her duty to help, not to look away. She has to do something, even if it is stealing medical supplies. She tried trading. She tried offering a bartering system, but a lot of people have nothing. So sometimes she has to borrow some of those bandages to help someone.
Yeah.
She knows that it's wrong, but it's doing something good. Especially when House Drosko already has so much. They're not really gonna miss it. It's gonna help. It's gonna help somebody that has literally nothing.
Yeah, and you think about balancing things that you call wrong yourself with things that are good. Does Jillian think on balance right now she has done more good than evil? Do the ends of your actions justify what you took? As you look out over a field where men are dead because of you. Not just the ones slain by your hand, but the ones whose medics abandoned them on your word.
It's definitely something that will trouble her for probably the rest of her life. She'll think about it. she'll she will tell herself it's for the greater good, but she will feel guilty about that. She will definitely feel guilty about that. These were people that were probably just doing what they thought was their duty.
Yeah.
To follow the houses, no matter what.
And I think looking out over this field of bodies, Jillian, that sits with you. Resnor.
Resnor.
Beast back at your side now that you have come through this realm of thought and feeling. Your friends before you, except for perhaps the closest of them to you, Xenlynn, who stands at the bottom of the staircase, looking up at his mother, one step above him. Your mouth and throat are coated in blood from the throats you have torn out with your fangs today. The taste of copper still fills your mouth as your teeth are stained red. The white of your hair is spattered crimson, and your coat will take hours to clean. At this moment, with how much of Resnor is covered at any given time by clothing and fur, it is not apparent to those around you that you and this beast are not both made of blood and rage. And I think we go back to a moment before this campaign began. In a barn in a farming village with a silver torch left out to hang and a young boy pointing a pitchfork at you. You know this face. You saw it burn up in hellfire just moments ago. Why and how has Resnor changed and had the journey that he has had between those 2 points?
So at that point, I think, is when Resnor finally was able to pull himself through the rage and the wildness. And it's the first time he looked at what he was doing, at how he looked, at the innocent bodies left behind him. And the first time he walked away, no longer a hunter, leaving the prey behind. And that's when the journey began for him on becoming stronger. He didn't realize what that meant in the beginning. Once Roran left and he wasn't able to stop her, I think he thought it was physical strength. I have to be stronger. I have to be able to beat her. I have to be able to hold her back. And so he went searching for her and the strongest things he could find. And that led him to Xenlynn. That's where he met his close buddy Xenlynn. Not someone you'd normally, I think, would think a lot of. but once he approached him, talked to Xenlynn, I think he understood for the first time what the inner strength was. It doesn't have to be physical. He doesn't have to be physically strong. There's more strength. And he decided that I really want to stick next to this person. I think they're good. He likes everybody. And that led them to Sharn once they got the letter for Bruxhaven. That's where he met the rest of his friends now. And he knew Xenlynn's adventure would lead him all over. And he wanted to stick with Xenlynn, and he knew that he needed to find Roran as well. And he felt like Xenlynn was going to be a big help in his growth to be able to face her again. And then he got to meet Beep. And boy, does Resnor love Beep.
As Resnor thinks of Beep, I'm going to remind you all that Beep is not on the same plane of existence of you at this moment.
Resnor feels like it's only half of himself now.
Twinsies.
Really a third of himself. Your rage is outside of your body, personified as a wolf.
Yeah, I've kind of... Resnor is very, very split right now. His best buddy is facing down his mom. Beep is not on the same plane. The rage is a very bloody wolf next to me. But I think as they traveled, the challenges they faced, the gnolls on the bridge with the amazing poet whose name escapes me in my notes.
Grug?
Grug! Love Grug. Another great friend. And as they traveled, I think Resnor started to see it in Jillian and Kokkola too, where the physical strength is not what was needed all the time. The mental, the emotional, the will. And as he started to show his feralness again in their battles against the Quagos, against the Satyrs, and then the Wyvern attack, where he lost it and went to the forest and finally found the person he'd been looking for. And then I think after talking with her, after finally being able to beat her, he realized that wasn't the fulfillment he wanted. He still felt weak. And he realized that his weakness wasn't the physical. His weakness was the control. He felt weak from the inside. And that really pushed through in the war, where he finally decided, I've got to be better to stand next to these people. I've got to be better to stand tall and strong next to my friends. And now once they're in front of Xenlynn's mother, and he knows what his friend's going through, he knows, again, while his physical strength might not be the answer, he needs to be strong in other ways for his friends now.
Yeah. And as you look out at your friends and hear the panting of the beast beside you, that signifies you both taking control of yourself, but losing control of the rage. As it boils to a point of, I will do what I want, whether you allow me to or not. You look over and see Xenlynn. Little shade. You refuse the title I offer you?
I've never had any interest in such things. I've never wanted a title from you. I left hoping one day you return and earn your respect, maybe even your pride. But you didn't care. You didn't believe
Darling,
in
this
me.
is your chance to earn my pride.
Oh, I haven't yet.
You've earned some. But, well, we should speak later. For now, these people look to you. I'd have you care for them, my son. And you see that the army's, well, part of the army has massed about a football field's length back from the staircase where you and your mother stand. And you see Yurtosh pushing to the front of it. It is good of you to have gone to the surface and helped bring us such valuable allies, my child.
I didn't do it for you.
No, you did it for them and for our people.
No.
There's much we need to discuss.
Fine.
I have a meeting I think you should attend later. And I want to have you caught up, and to be caught up on you, my dear boy, before then. Shall we have dinner?
If you want me in attendance, then the others will be there too.
The invite was implicit. I'd love to meet your friends, my son.
Then let's do it, I guess.
Wonderful. Arctic will attend you. And you see she turns back to her guard here. Arctic! Xenlynn would like to see you. And coming down the stairs, you see your old mentor. Old tutor, rather. Wizened even for a drow. It's not often that you see a drow with like age lines on their face and crow's feet. If this man was human, you'd think he was about 110. As he makes his way down the stairs, cane at his side. Coming, my lady.
Zen's gonna turn to his friends and say, "We're going to dinner, I guess."
Yeah, you see your Taj at this point is pushed to the start of the line and is moving forward. It seems the army's following behind him. They're just like, okay. And the three of you are gathered here with Xenlynn at the base of the stairs as Arctic very slowly makes his way down. This is like a 5 to 10 minute endeavor. You have time to talk as your mother reascends the stairs.
Yeah, Xenlynn goes and is like, okay, so be on your guard. This is basically the most powerful mage I've ever known. My mother's a snake and you shouldn't trust her. She's already trying to spin this that I did this for her and for our people. So yeah, be ready for anything, including, them to try to kill us.
I mean, I'm sure meeting with your mother is an important thing to do, but do we not have more pressing issues to attend?
It's complicated. There's back in Grevin?
No, I mean, here we haven't done any sort of checking on people administering medical aid, making sure that your three little friends made it without their faces blowing off, so on and so forth.
I mean that all will take quite some time, and I assume your Tash, kind of has that handled. Like, this was an operation they had planned.
I mean, I'm sure it was, but there are people in the Undercity that weren't a part of this that are just kind of caught in the crosshairs, so to speak.
I am aware, and I have a plan for that that I wanted to discuss with all of you, especially Jill, since she is the mayor and all. But there's definitely going to be some of them that should not be here and should not remain here. I can't do everyone, but maybe 200 of them we can offer to bring back with us to Revan.
Yeah. We could make arrangements for that. That was kind of my thought as well, because I think we might have mentioned before we left town when Jillian and I were running errands that we might be bringing folks back, and they've got a medical clinic set up as well. So they do expect some incoming. 200 is quite a lot, but it's but a quarter.
That being said, at this point, none of that happens if we don't at least go along and talk to her.
That's fair. I'm not opposed to talking to her. I just want to make sure that our priorities are right at this moment. As much as I would like to see you stand toe-to-toe with your mother, I just worry is all.
I mean, that's if I do. I didn't exactly do it just now.
I believe you will. We both
Maybe
have...
Yeah, we shouldn't stay very long. Hopefully we can get out of there without offending her or anything, but we should survey the people.
She mentioned a meeting and dinner. I don't really know, but yeah, I definitely agree that we need to make sure everyone is safe. I just don't think it is possible for the four of us to do that.
No, but it's just something I worry, because some of those fighters on the field were in a bloodlust, and I don't want to see any innocent or such end up harmed because of such said bloodlust. Maybe speak with your Tash and find out if he's got them chilled out and that the civilians are safe before we head in.
Yeah, Xenlynn looks around. I don't know if your Tash walks
your Tash is walking up. He's walking up to you at this point. He's about to hit your line.
Yeah. Your Tash, we apparently have a meeting we have to go to. But we need to make sure that
the meeting with the Lady Queen later.
Sure. Yeah. But we wanted to make sure that everyone's okay, that the gnolls are done feasting or whatever. There were also a lot of civilians that came with.
So, as far as we can tell, none of the blade marks made it even to where we initially had our fire line, right? They camped a little bit of a ways back. And thanks to you breaking their line so easily and so quickly, we was able to swoop into the sides, meet them from the side instead of head on. I'm proud to say I think we're under 10 civilian casualties.
And those are being cared for, or those that can be are, correct?
Of course. We've got most of our medics working on the boys in the field right now. Bit more concerned about the men who've been run through with spears and shot with arrows than I am with a civilian who tripped while they were panicking and running.
But we essentially just want to make sure that no one's like bleeding out or not getting treated. We obviously, the four of us can't really go through these 500
I mean,
people.
If Ms. Brill could be willing to spare some of her time, there's definitely some people who could use more specialized treatment. Some of the warriors, but there's no urgent cases is what I'd say. There's no one on the brink of death. If you got there, you died, pretty much, in the melee.
Do you guys still want to go check? Or do you want to wait? Up to you all. As far as I'm concerned, the meeting can wait for us.
Jill?
Yeah, we should go check. I think we should go check because things might get out of hand while we're away. Could possibly.
And you see Arctic makes it to the bottom of the stairs at this point. Xenlynn? That's really you there.
Yeah.
Come here, my eyes aren't so good anymore. And he tries to reach out and hold your face in his hands.
I'm not a child anymore, Arctic.
It's not about you being a child. It's about I can't see you. You're so fucking high up. Come down here. And he just tries to grab.
Again, I will like dodge out, but I'll like duck down and I'll like look over and be like, you guys can probably go and check on those people. I'm sure he will take 2 hours to finish looking at me.
I mean, we can just go. Me and Jill can just go to the med tent, and you and Resnor can be here. And while she's telling you that vocally, she'll say to you telepathically, I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone.
I don't think I can respond.
I don't think you can, but...
Unless you got like message or something.
I do. I will point a finger at you and under my breath, hopefully so that blind, deaf Arctic can't hear, I will say, I appreciate
message
it.
As a spell, the component, like as a spell, you cannot understand the message. You can only hear that someone's whispering.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. I always thought you had to just whisper the words of the message.
So it's according to the most recent ruling I'm aware of, the magic like distorts what you're whispering.
Okay.
You do have to whisper it. So like if someone could read lips.
For the record, I'm assuming this guy was a mage since he was my tutor.
He's got some like you would know most of your society has some magic. Almost everyone's got at least like a magic initiate.
Okay.
This guy, you'd call him a battle mage if he wasn't so fucking retired.
Yeah, like I grew up with stories of this guy.
Yeah. Well, you grew up with his stories of him. He didn't make the histories. You don't make the histories and stay alive this long.
That's fair. But yeah, so he'll just message back and be like, yeah, that's smart. I appreciate it. And I'm just going to let him do whatever he's going to do, but make sure he's not doing anything sussy.
From what you... actually, I'm going to say make an insight check with advantage. Not great.
Well, the first roll was a 1.
Okay.
Not a non-natural 20.
Second one was a natural 20.
Non-natural.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. Arctic has always been, as far as you can remember of working with him, has always had more care for you than he has your mother. To the point where a lot of your mother's rules were only enforced if there was a way she would hear about them not being enforced. Like if it was just him and you, he expected you to have manners and be polite, but he was not a stickler. It was more of a, I deserve your respect. I'm your teacher, and I'm also about 800 years older than you.
Yeah.
Arctic is very, you know that there'd be an uproar if your mother got rid of him just because of how many people are incidentally his great-grandchild. Like, he didn't have that many kids.
So that's how she got the title.
He didn't have that many kids, but his kids had kids, and his kids had kids. And you're trapped in an underground cavern.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get the feeling you can trust him in this moment. Like, maybe not with information, but you can trust him not to hurt you.
Yeah. You know, I'm just on the lookout for any kind of detect thoughts or anything. Whether or not he's going to do it doesn't matter. I'm just on guard here right now.
That really is you. I didn't think you'd come back below ground.
Well,
Even if you found your cure, did you find your cure?
No.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
shame that.
complicated. I don't know. Nanny, what's her face? Doesn't think I did. She thinks a bunch of our topside cousins hooey. I am unsure. I don't know. You know how people are. I've been up there a while. I'm starting to think we may not be so different.
At the end of the day, most people aren't that different. Most people are idiots.
I mean, that's true.
Speaking of idiots, what are you doing just standing there, mouth agape? And what's that lizard you have with you? As he looks at you in your wolf, Resnor. Speak up, boy. What's your name?
My name's Resnor.
Resnor. Good strong name there. 2 syllables, just the way a name should be.
At the word strong, he puffs his chest out.
You're a mighty big fellow, aren't you? You even put Xenlynn here to shame.
Oh, I mean, I appreciate the kind words after calling me an idiot, but not sure how to take you right now.
There's nothing wrong with being an idiot. You just heard me say most of the world is one. You're in the majority. Congratulations. Blessings be upon you for not being burdened by wisdom or intelligence.
Well, this is great talk. I'm very, very grateful you graced me into this conversation right now.
Oh, you're welcome. See, Xenlynn? I never had to teach him to be polite. He just knows it. I had to teach you how many times to say thank you when someone brings you into a conversation?
I mean, I didn't have the greatest examples above me.
Yeah, me.
I mean, yes, but you were the only one teaching me. Look at who else was around me.
Most of the guards are pretty polite when you talk to them. Wait, you weren't allowed to talk to them, I forgot.
Yeah, you know.
Okay, yeah.
Then of course there's
Your mother's never anything but polite. A queen
mean-
can't be impolite, she sets the standard. And he gives you a little wink.
I don't think it's called being
It's-
polite when you simply believe you're better than everyone.
It's just the slowest, crustiest wink. Like his eye closes, and you can see it seals for a second. You can see the muscles of his eyelid flexing as he tries to separate it.
It's good to see you, Arctic. It's been too long.
Yeah. I don't know if we have a room prepared for you in the new palace. You can have-
okay.
you
I'm
can
not
have- you
planning
know,
on staying.
can have-
It's
Well, I want you to have a place you can go to when you're not having to deal with your mother.
I mean, I appreciate
Should
that.
not have said that like that. And he looks over his shoulder to see if the guards have all left.
I really appreciate that, Arctic, but we're not staying.
Well, while you're here, avail yourself of my guest room. I'll show you where it is. Come on. And he offers you his arm.
What? No, what? The others will need to know where to go. We can't just leave. We have to just stand here. You can sit on the steps if you want. I assure you, I won't tell anyone.
You're gonna make an old man sit on marble stairs.
I mean, what do you want? What? Like, it's not like I have a chair. I mean, I guess is there a building nearby that
You're telling me you haven't learned to fabricate yet?
not exactly my specialty. Did you miss the part where we just fought a war?
Give me some scrap wood. Yeah, but you've just fought a war. Congratulations. I fought how many wars over the past 800 years? I don't
but
know.
you're smart.
Because I can't count it.
The difference is you're smart, Arctic.
You're pretty smart, Xenlynn. Don't talk down on my boy like that.
What I mean is that your abilities come from your magical capabilities come from your intelligence. That is not my case. Mine come from my hatred.
Maybe if you studied a little harder. Someone get me a
Zun starts grabbing wood.
Resnor boy, would you be a dear and get me some scrap wood?
Yeah, where can I find this?
Probably
Look
on the
around.
battlefield.
Okay, I'll
Spears
throw it
and
to
stuff
you.
will work.
At you. To you. Sorry.
Okay. And you see he throws up. You see he throws up a warding wind. Yeah, just chuck it right over here. This will keep it right where I need it.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you have something to stop it. I'll go find
He's gonna go and make it. Go ahead and make a deception check for me.
Gladly. That's a 9.
Let's see. He's got a +7 to insight.
No. Well. Shoot.
A natural 2. We're gonna say the tie goes to the player as he looks at you. Yeah, you should have thought to ask before you said you were just going to start throwing things. But lesson learned for next time, right? You have
Yep.
to make mistakes so you can learn from them.
See, you do have to teach him to be polite.
No, that's not being polite. That's being intelligent, Xenlynn.
That's-
There's a difference between manners and capability.
I feel like throwing wood at someone is he's certainly capable of it. I feel like it's a manners thing.
You see, he goes, well, fine. We'll see where it was in a year. I haven't taught you a lesson. I haven't had a lesson plan for you in a year and a half. Check the lesson plan.
If Resnor finds wood, he's absolutely beaming at this.
DM, I have a question. Is this place darkness?
Sorry, what?
Are we in darkness or is it dim light?
Dim lighting.
Poop.
If you're asking about if he's using dark vision, he is.
Oh, I'm gonna, as he starts looking for his lesson plan, I'm just gonna go invisible.
God dang it. Did someone strain me by going invisible again?
Wait, does Resnor have dark vision?
Yes, I have dark vision.
Oof.
Are you using your dark vision, or are you choosing to view in dim light right now?
I would think he'd just probably.
Or I'll ask you, do you think Resnor has control over his dark vision?
Probably not. It's probably not something
Right.
he really thinks about.
Then let's roll call evens or odds.
Odds.
13. You are not using your dark vision right now. You can still see Xenlynn standing there. And you see this old man start looking around. I thought Xenlynn was just here. It's happening again. Oh, where's my guard? And he starts looking around, looks up the stairs, sees 2 guards at the door, and starts to walk up there.
I dropped the invisibility.
He's not looking in your direction.
Yep.
He's
Arctic,
walking
where are
up
you
the
going?
stairs.
I told you we have to wait.
Xenlynn? Oh, I'm sorry. I've been very confused lately.
Listen, I just didn't want to hear a lecture.
I thought we were having a conversation.
We were, and then you started looking for a lesson plan.
No, I was looking to see whether I had the throwing wood at people under manners or strategy.
I thought you were looking for a lesson plan. You talked about how long it's been and said we should figure out where we left off.
Oh, yes, because clearly I didn't cover it.
Or you did and you forgot, and I'm right.
No, couldn't be.
Meanwhile, wood is just
anyway,
flying into this wind.
Yeah, go ahead and give me just an athletics check. You can make this with advantage since you've got plenty of time.
Can I throw an entire cart? He wasn't specific.
Give me the athletics, and then we'll see. You've got a whole camp's worth of materials. Is the closest thing to you is the camp.
That was a 13.
13 with advantage.
Oh, with advantage, sorry. 18.
18. Yeah, you can eat a cart.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat a cart up there. Probably be smart enough to say what kind of wood you want. One specific.
You see it hits the wind, crashes to the ground, breaks into splinters. He's like, perfect. And he's like, now Xenlynn, I know you said you're doing the natural magic thing, but if you ever decide to learn how to harness it yourself, this is how a fabricate goes. Resnor, do you want to learn this too?
Resnor will come up and look visibly disappointed that the cart is on the ground. Yeah, sure. Anything to learn?
Cool.
Wait, this
Both of you go
seems-
ahead. Both of you go ahead and give me an Arcana check as he explains every step of the components he's doing for the fabricate spell. Let me know what you get, and then we're going to cut over to Kokkola and Jillian walking into the healer's tent.
17, but wouldn't it be easier to just sit on the cart?
Resnor got a 9.
That's uncomfortable.
Xenlynn, don't be an idiot.
With fabricate, you can make it so it has the perfect lumbar support. This guy's basically been writing a doctoral thesis for himself on the fabricate spell and how to make the comfiest chair with it.
Oh, it sounds like we're gonna have a lot to learn.
Or rather, how fabricate can be used to ease the aches of old age.
Facts.
But yeah. Resnor, what was your Arcana?
9.
9. This makes about as much sense as when Xenlynn's talked magic to you before. Xenlynn, this kind of does make sense. You can see some of the common somatic components and how they sketch similar shapes in the air as what you've been drawing on the ground for your ritual studies. And you get the feeling that maybe you weren't paying enough attention when you were younger and he was talking about these things and showing you them. Maybe they just weren't clicking yet. Maybe you hadn't learned how to understand them. You needed to understand your magic more for you to see, understand the magic that permeates the world. But it kind of makes sense. And you get the feeling that you could maybe not specialize in this, but you could pick a little bit of this up pretty easily if you sat down and studied a couple things with him. And this is where I'm going to let you know that during our time skip this session, if you elect to spend 4 hours a day studying with him, you'll be able to get the Magic Initiate Wizard feat for free.
Cool.
All right. Kokkola and Jillian. You are walking towards a house, or maybe house is the wrong word, a building. Jesus Christ, Resnor.
He called me an idiot, okay?
Would you like to share with the class?
Which one? The second one or the first?
The second one. The second one.
Said I should have activated Mage Slayer when he cast Fabricate.
All right. Kokkola and Jillian, you are walking up to this building that has been converted to a healing barracks right on the edge of the Undercity. As you open the door, the first thing that hits you is the smell. A strange mix of astringent alcohol and gut rot. As you see, the entire first floor is filled with essentially makeshift hospital beds and camp beds with people who are missing limbs. Down here on the first floor, the smell is primarily alcohol and astringent. But as you pass close to the stairs walking through these halls, people hustling and bustling around you as you try to find someone who can tell you what you can do to help. That smell of rot is much more fierce.
I don't know any healing magic, Jill, but I'll help you the best I can.
Yeah, if we can't find anyone that's in charge, Jill will just look around and see what needs to happen.
Yeah, if you want to look for someone who's in charge, you can go ahead and give me an investigation. This is just your first impression as you walk into the building. You don't immediately spot someone where you're like, that's the head doc. There's no like uniform. There's no like uniformity here in the dress or anything.
I'll offer you the help action because I don't know anything about doctors.
Or actually, I'll say investigation or perception.
Okay. Well, I got a 17 on investigation.
Gorgeous. 17 investigation. You're looking around. What you do is something that you know from the clinic. You watch the flow of the active medics and see where they're going in between patients. And you see a woman about 2.5 feet tall, bright green skin, 3 earrings on her right ear, long, drooping, pointed ear, brown hair, pulled back, shaved on the sides, and a yellowed grin with about 3 gaps in the teeth, and a short pointed nose. Is standing there, passing out orders left and right. All right, bed 5 needs a healing potion yesterday. Have we matched the legs that we found in the left quadrant of the battlefield to see if any of them belong to bed 3? And just continuing. Do we have someone to talk to the dead yet, so we can find out who's been blown up?
Jill, what do you want me to do?
Trying to. I don't think I have that spell as a city cleric anymore. Do I have speak with dead?
Do you want to just approach and speak to her though? See what you could help with?
Yeah, I'll talk to her and I'll ask her, hey, I'm a healer. What can I do to help?
How good of a healer are you?
Pretty damn good.
Pretty good.
All right.
Yeah.
Magical or medicinal?
Magical and medicinal.
Wonderful. How's your how are you doing on magic for the day? Pretty full? Did you use a lot of it in the fight? I know you. Ms. Rilke.
Jillian.
I'm McGrew. I volunteered at your clinic for a while.
Oh, excellent. Yes, I remember you, McGrew. All right. Where do you need me?
Honestly, Ms. Rilke, I could use you right here. I'm managing things because I know the most about medicine, so I know who needs what when. But I'd really be doing more good if I could get my hands in there. You know, I'm not great at this, and I've never really run anything like this before. But you have.
All right. I'll help prioritize and direct people. I just need to learn my way around. Where's triage? Where are we putting patients there?
We've got everyone in this building triaged, fortunately. And we don't expect any incoming injuries because, you know, this is battlefield right here, you know. We've got them all packed in pretty easily. Our field medics were able to take care of most of our superficial wounds. Here we've got the things that, you know, a little cure wounds or a healing word couldn't patch up, right? We've got some folks who it looks like they were poisoned pretty bad up on floor 3. We don't know if it's disease or poison quite, because it's not, well, it registers the same on the spell. And we don't have any, poison specialists here to take a look at the blood or do anything like that. So, if you think you might be able to help out with that, that could be good. That would just be like a medicine check, because as she said, detect poison and disease will just show, yes, there is a poison or disease here.
Right, yeah. She'll go take care of the people that are poisoned, possibly poisoned.
All right. And then, floor 4, we've got bodies. There's no nicer way to say it. We've been putting the dead up there.
If you give me a list and a stack of healing potions, I can go do that. That's basic.
All right, yeah. All right. You do that. I'll take care of the poison people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's get the medicine check from Jillian. You'll be getting the help action from Murgro here.
Okay.
Your DC is 25.
Ooh. I got a 20 and a 21.
20 and 21?
Yeah.
You are not able to tell if this is a poison or a disease as far as treating it. What you can figure out is that whichever of them it is, it has a magic to it. This is not a natural disease or poison. A natural disease would not be useful in warfare. And it'd be very strange for, a platoon to come down with it during the battle.
Does she see any herbalism kits or anything around there? Could she maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, you can get your hands on an herbalism kit, and I'll actually let you re-roll that with advantage then. And remember, with an herbalism kit, because you have proficiency in it, yeah?
Yes, she does.
You'll have expertise in medicine for this. And you describe how you're using this herbalism kit to help you identify and treat this.
She as she's working with the herbs, she's putting magic into the herbs so that it can maybe dispel magic or
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and give me that medicine check. Add advantage with expertise.
All right. It didn't. Oh, it did. I rolled. Oh gosh, I'm just rolling really low tonight. The highest I got was a 19.
Oof. What was the die for that? What did you roll on the die?
The highest one I rolled a 9.
Oof. Okay. That's maybe you'll be able to find someone who can do this a little better for you. Like maybe there's someone who does specialize in toxicology that you could grab, but you don't know who or where. I'm going to say on your 21 earlier, you're able to coach the staff through keeping them stable. And you think that will hold for at least 3 to 5 days.
All right. I shall make a note of that.
Expertise should have given you a 24. You didn't add the extra for it.
Well, it's
It'd be +5 more
Wi-
because it's double.
wisdom of 5 plus 8. Well, she either way, Jill didn't hit the 25 DC
Right.
on the 9.
Unless she actively guides herself.
I'm going to say in this second, no, because this guidance would have had to happen before the roll was made.
That's fair.
But yeah, you're able to get the staff. You're able to coach the staff through keeping them stable for probably about a week, about half a week to a week.
All right. I guess after that, Jill would go with Kokkola to help organize burials or cremations of the bodies.
I think
Mhm.
Kokkola would
Alright.
advise that we didn't need to do that now, as long as we made sure that we got the wounded tended to and that everything was under control. We could head back to Zen and handle the corpses when we get done, because they're going to stay dead. They're not going to not be dead unless somebody comes along and sprinkles some necro magic on there.
All right.
Maybe.
I'll concede to
Well,
you,
I'll also say
but
I'll also ask. You go up to help Kokkola with the corpses, right, Jill?
Yes. Yeah, she would go up to Kokkola.
We're gonna go with Kokkola first. Kokkola, you open the door to the top floor of this building. I need a Constitution saving throw.
I thought I was handing out healing potions, but all right. Con saving throw it is.
Oh, I thought you were going up to the corpses for some reason, because that's when
No.
you spoke up and was like, I can do that.
No.
It was
I
right
said
after I
give
mentioned
me
that.
a list. If you give me a list, I can go hand out healing potions.
Okay. Nobody's in a state right now where they need healing potions. Everyone here is, it's like you're poisoned, you're sick, you're missing a limb. The people who need just like cure wounds and healing words were being taken care of on the field.
Is it a poison that I'm going into for the con save?
It is.
Okay. I do have immunity to poison, but I've got a 24 on my con save.
Okay. Is that immunity to poison damage or immunity to the poison condition?
Poison
Just out of curiosity.
condition, I believe.
Okay. Then yeah. You do not receive the poison condition from both from being immune to it and from a success on the saving throw. As the smell of about 70 bodies in a 10 by 20 room hits you.
I think she'll probably throw up some pebbles.
Yeah. A couple of you retch, and instead of bile coming out, it is sharp, grinding stones out of your stomach. You can feel them clatter on their way up your throat.
Yeah, it's a little rough. Because even immune to poison, I think the smell would still be something that would get her. It would be the first time she's ever smelled death at this magnitude.
Well, and I think you realize, yeah, it is not the smell of the dead. It is the smell of death. You are smelling the injuries that killed these people.
Right.
The gut wounds that ripped them open. The roasted flesh of those who were set on fire.
Yeah. I think it's a lot, but she'll do what she can. I think she would take her cloak off first just to not get, because it's got white on it. She doesn't want to get any wound debris on it.
Stash your cloak in your bag.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But she would just start
All right.
going through and kind of like lining them up a little bit better if they have.
I think
heroes.
I think the task you were given in that case was to to like catalog the dead. Most of these people will have some form of like basically dog tags on them.
Yeah. So she would
Go
go
ahead.
and do that.
Go ahead. Just give me an investigation check. You can make this with advantage for being like the full task.
26.
26. You get about halfway through the room. Do you start on the left or right side? Actually, your choice.
I think she would start the left side, and she would make sure if they're wearing like dog tags that she separated the tags, put the one on the toe that belongs, and so on. Close, and she would close every single person's eyes as she goes through and collects their tags.
I do think you see most people's eyes here have been closed. Like you can tell this was originally like a barracks room. They're all laid out on like bunks that have been pushed together to fit more in here.
I think she just respects Jillian enough and has learned from Jillian, some of the things that they've had to do with dead, that she tries to be respectful in her own right.
Yeah, you're very respectful as you go about it, and so the way it works is most of these people have like a written identification. You're writing that on the list and writing like which bed they're in. You get about halfway through on a 26.
Yeah, 19 plus modifier.
Yeah, halfway through the room, you see a gangly body, about 6'2".
It's my nephew.
Yellow-green skin, a shock of white hair. And a hole about this wide blown straight through his throat.
I think she would...
You can look at his face and see that he died in pain.
I think she would sit on the bed that he's on and just sit there and look at him for a minute, make sure his eyes are closed, cross his hands over the front of him, and she would write an extra like tag for him to go home with her to be buried.
Yeah, you put a claim on the body on the list.
Yes.
Do you finish your job, or how long do you think you sit here? Let me ask that.
Probably
continue.
Probably a minute or so, maybe 2. Just long enough to have thought about the potential that this young man had, and then she'd get up and go on because, you can grieve when the war is over, and the war still isn't over.
You've got about 2 rows of bunks left. About 6 bunks. So 12 bodies. When Jillian walks up to the open door. What's the look on Kokkola's face say right now? Before she turns to see Jillian.
I mean, I think she was pretty, morose as it was, but now more so, it's a young man that, even though he's not really her kin, it's like a young man that she kind of took under her wing and saved him from these dumb shits before just for them to end up getting him in the end. I think that's like the biggest kicker. Saved him once for them to get him anyway. Sort of. So probably like the first time in a long time, Jill, when Jill sees her, it's like genuine grief, because it's not like her dad's situation that made her sad, like, but that could be fixed. Like they could save him. Like this kid, like, yeah, sure, there's magic that could bring him back, but he's got a whole hole in his neck, and it just wouldn't be right to do.
Yeah. Jillian, you walk into this room, and as Kokkola turns to face you, you see your best friend, probably more broken than you have since you were children.
I think kind of just everything caught up with her at once. She's been going full tilt the whole time they've been on the road with like minimal emotion aside from angry outbursts, that it's just all caught up with her in that one moment.
I think Jill would go over there and reach out her arm and just sort of put it on her shoulder and sort of give her like a half hug. She'd look at Kokkola and make sure it's okay to give her a half hug before she would give her a half hug.
Yeah, you can be big spoon for the moment. I'll allow.
But yeah,
Jillian,
give
go ahead
her
and
a hug.
or Jillian, what's your passive perception? 17?
Passive perception is
19?
It's 15. Passive perception.
15. Okay. You come around next to Kokkola and throw an arm over her shoulder, and being right next to her, you see a name you know on her list.
She'd look down at the list, look up at
Actually,
Kokkola.
I'm sorry, Jillian, I just remembered your character's background. I need you to make me a D100 roll, please. And subtract. Or, yeah, I got it. Just let me know what the roll is.
I don't have a D100 in this dice bag.
You can just go ahead and roll your D10 twice then. Roll it once. Let me know what the first number is.
Eight.
All right, so that'll be an 80, and then go ahead and roll the second number.
And 10.
All right, so 81. Jill, there are only 19 names on this list that you don't recognize from your time in the Undercity. You have seen, out of these 70 bodies, you have had a conversation, at least in a conversation in passing of, hey, how are you? With 51 of these people. And you know,
really
and
rough.
I think in this moment, you're to yourself, you are sure that every one of them would have known you by your name.
Jill is grieving on
Yeah, wisdom.
grieving on the inside. She's trying to keep it in.
Give me a wisdom check.
So 15.
15.
Yes.
You look at this room. You smell this room. It's aired out some since Kokkola walked in and left the door open, but there is no. I do not have the experience of the words to put into weight, or to put into words the weight of seeing and smelling 50 of people you knew's dead bodies in one room, and knowing that every one of them died in about 10 minutes. And realizing that if you hadn't tried to save Jolly, there's a good chance not a single one of these people would have died. The plan could have gone off unnoticed. There would have been no uprising in the Undercity to take advantage of, to try to take advantage of the results of your actions as a group. You're one of many dominoes in this puzzle, one of many pieces to it. But nothing gets tipped over without that first domino falling. And you feel your bag heavy on your back. And know that not all of these people need to be dead by the end of the night.
Let's finish up and head back to Zen.
Yeah.
I
Jill,
think was trying to go back to her stony exterior and not experience the emotion.
The literal one or the figurative one?
The figurative one.
Gotta check.
yeah. Jill looks around at the people in the room one more time and looks down and follows Kokkola out. She's just really broken up right now, and she's trying not to cry and is also second guessing every move that she's made in the past couple, especially the last week, and wondering what she could have done better. She knew there would be carnage, but she didn't realize that it would happen so fast and it would take so many people that she knew.
Do you think she says anything out loud to Kokkola about it?
I don't think so. I don't think she would say anything out loud. She would just take it in and look down and not want to look at it anymore and want to leave.
Okay. Jillian, as your GM, I'm going to remind you that on your character sheet, you have 10,000 gold pieces worth of diamonds. And having just leveled, I allow you to re-prepare spells. You know that if you chose to, you could leave this room with 20 living people. Eventually. You don't have that many spell slots at that high of a level, but you got the diamonds for it, and you could take the time. No, Jill can cast Raise Dead more than once a day. Jill can cast Raise Dead.
Oh, is that not
Raise
one
Dead
at
is
the
10.
7th level?
Raise Dead is 5th level.
Oh.
Yeah, Jill can cast Raise Dead 4 times a day. Plus Channel Divinity to restore spell slots. Jill can Raise Dead like 6 times a day.
Yeah.
Right. Jill would, the first person she would raise would be the cousin, and hopefully she can fix the hole in his neck.
I think if you expressed out loud that you were going to do such a thing, Kokkola would advocate against it.
Okay. First, does Jillian say out loud that, well, if Jillian just goes to do it, Raise Dead takes long enough that you can see her starting to and attempt to identify the spell.
I think I've watched her used it before.
You've watched her use Revivify. You've never watched Jill raise the dead.
Do you say it out loud, Jill, or do you just do it?
She would go over to your cousin, and she would place her hands on him. She would tell you, I can raise him. And I can raise him if you want.
I think as sad as it is and as much as it hurts me, he died fighting for something he believed in, and it was clearly a very gruesome, painful death. I would not want him to come back with that sort of trauma, that kind of scar lingering. I think he's earned a good long sleep.
All right.
Jillian, go ahead and give me an insight check with advantage since it's on yourself.
Wow. The dice just hate me tonight. My highest is an 8, and that's with my proficiency.
Oof. I think with an 8, you try to think about how what Kokkola has just said makes you feel. But every time you start to think about it, you look down and see a dead teenager. Who, again, in this case, if not for Kokkola, would probably have been locked up in the upper levels and not been at that battle. And I think you think again about good things and bad actions, and good actions and bad things, as you stare down at this dead child, essentially. Barely got a chance to live.
I think Jill would probably start crying. At that point, she'd probably start crying and just say it's just not fair that he's gone. He had so much potential, so many things that he was going to do, so many places he was going to go. It's not fair.
It's
And
not.
she'll go over to
And
None of-
just a reminder to our audience, this is not Kokkola's actual nephew.
No.
This is a child she met and knew for 3 hours.
Hey, that was 3 hours long enough to give a damn.
Hey, no, I'm not arguing with that.
she's gonna go over to one of the 51 that she knows. And
there's
that's
only 50.
nearby.
Well, I'll say there's only 50 other people you know.
Okay. She's gonna go over to one of the other beds then and cast Raise Dead on that one.
Okay. You're going to spend the next hour here casting Raise Dead. Xenlynn and Resnor from atop his wooden throne. Not really a throne. It really is just a wooden armchair. Where are those friends of yours? I want to... It's going to be dinner soon.
They were going to check on the casualties, I believe, and the injured. One of them is a healer.
All right. I have respect for healers. Could we just send a runner to tell them where to go?
I'd rather not, but
Or we send a messenger to get them?
I would rather we go together, but
Well, I meant send someone to bring them to us. Here.
oh, I mean, they know we're here. We can go check on them. Why would we send someone? We could just go.
Because if we go, we have to walk.
I mean, you can stay here.
Yeah, you can definitely stay.
And
here
let
while
you
we
run,
do
and
that.
let you run off again?
Where are we gonna go?
I don't fucking know. I've never been there.
Look, how about this? How about I leave something with you that I have to come back for?
Sure. Sounds good.
As long as you swear you'll give it back to me as soon as we return to this spot. And you're not
Leave
going to
zero
try
to
to
Ash.
keep it older.
Sure. I'll give it back to you.
I hand over my arcane focus to him. Which happens to be
Your
a
blood
blood
vial.
vial with the symbol of whatever the shadow plane is carved on it. Notably not Zorion. I mean, it's glass. If his eyes are that bad, I don't know if he can see it, but
No,
You think it's time to
you
feel
feel him like you see him like rub the etching with a thumb. Interesting.
Zen has started walking. I don't know if Resnor's following.
He messages you. I'll make sure your mother doesn't see this, don't worry. As you walk away.
Oh, Resnor is power walking after Xenlynn. He doesn't want to be near this guy anymore.
Yeah, and you guys show up to the healing house. Oh, Lux, I know you commented this I guess only 3 minutes ago. No, I torture them with their actual families too. In this show.
Just wait till dinner. Yeah.
You arrive at the healing. You arrive at the medics building.
Yeah. I walk in and look around and try to find someone who seems like I can ask where Kokkola and Jillian
Yeah, you see. I think immediately one of them you ask just probably the first like nurse you see here, and they're like, "Oh, I think they're sorting out the bodies upstairs."
Yeah. So Xenlynn
All right,
tries to find his way upstairs.
and you can see the stairs pretty easily. You and Resnor make your way upstairs. Or Resnor, you're going up with Xenia.
Yeah.
You make your way upstairs, and as you reach the very top, you see a bright golden flash as clotted blood is coughed out of lungs that can breathe once more. And Jillian? Jillian, you see the confused face of one of your former co-workers. A Undercity resident their entire life, but a member of House Jarasco nonetheless. We see Bentley Glitterbloom. Jillian? What are you doing here? What? And he looks down at himself. I died.
You
I
did.
died.
You did, but you're okay now. Just, yeah. We'll get you out of here.
I was just trying to do the right thing like you would. I died.
Yes. Yes, you did.
Sarah killed me.
Zare?
Sarah, the patron, the person who you called a tyrant that laid down their weapon and walked away.
Ah.
They had waded through quite a bit of battle before that. And he just starts crying.
Jill would put her hand on
Xenlynn, Resnor, this is like the first thing you're seeing when you get to the top of the stairs is that flash of light and then these 30 seconds of conversation.
Xenlynn's not interrupting. I don't know about Resnor. Xenlynn's just watching.
No, Resnor's watching.
All right. Jill would say to Kokkola, let's get him out of here. Someplace, find another bed away from this to rest. You're going to need some time to recuperate.
Where's my wife? Where's Munda?
Jill looks around. Is she in the room too?
You look at the list. She's on there.
Go over to her bed.
And you actually see she's just above him on the bunk. And you looking at her body and having looked over his before his resurrection. You recognize the impact of a flame strike. A holy flame called down on members of your own house, or a member of your house and his wife, who you see is about 8 feet tall, gray skin, big old tusks. And he sees you looking at the bunk above him and like stands up off of his. No. You brought me back, Jillian. You can bring her back. You can bring them all back, yeah?
Gotta do them one at a time. I will need to rest from time to time as well. But
You'll do it?
I'll do it.
Thank you. He lets go of her hand to grab both of yours in his. I don't know. Thank you. And he just sort of starts to quietly sob, settling back onto the bunk where he lay dead not an hour ago. We're going to wrap this scene up here and move to the four of you eventually rejoining Arctic at the bottom of the stairs. Just because we're on a bit of a time frame here. And actually, that seems like a good place for us to take our bio break. We will be back at 9:40 Eastern Standard Time, about 10 or 11 minutes. See you then. Hello. Hello and welcome back to the back half of our session here for Heroes and Hooligans Gilded Destinies finale. When we left off, our party was rejoining Xenlynn's old tutor, Arctic, at the bottom of the... I think I said marble this episode, but I'm fairly certain I originally described it as obsidian staircase.
That fits the aesthetic. I assume he gave me my vial back.
Yeah, you walk up. There you are. Let me lead you to my room, just so you have a place where you all can meet up, and then we'll talk. I'll let you know about the meeting that your mother wants you to attend, and prepare you for dinner.
Okay, I'm not sure what you have to do to prepare us for dinner, but okay.
Listen, I'm not
covered in blood.
And stick a sprig of rosemary in my ass. You're not preparing me for dinner, friend.
You're
I'm
covered
having
in
friends
so
for
much blood, all of you, except for you. Actually, you're pretty clean. And he looks at Jillian.
No, this is just war paint.
Yes, well, war paint or blood, it's not appropriate for the dinner table.
There you go about manners
Maybe
again.
maybe for the feasting hall, but the feast will be held tomorrow.
Well, you've never been to a dwarven dinner table, have you?
No. We've had some dwarves at our dinner tables, but I've never been to a dwarf's dinner table. Why is that an invitation?
I'm gonna look at Xenlynn.
Message.
No.
You can invite him, just no one else.
I think Resnor would probably choke him out because he called Resnor an idiot.
That would be the chance
No.
for Resnor to kill him, though.
No. I wasn't inviting you to dinner. No. I'm just saying that dwarven dinner tables are oftentimes colorful. And
The
copper.
color is red.
Yeah.
Well, and the colors of the evening. The colors of the evening are a lilac and then like an egg white.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to be doable, is it?
No. You get black or white. That's the options we have.
What if I brought a tailor to the room?
Nope.
I'm gonna have to go with Xenlynn on a hard pass.
What if I prestidigitated your clothing to the right colors?
Also, I think I'll pass.
Resnor just licks his hand.
If
and flicks his
you
hair back.
prestidigitated your clothing to the right colors?
I don't have that cantrip, sorry.
I happen to like
Well,
the color.
I'm out of options. I'd really appreciate it. And I think you all would too. I didn't say that one yet.
I'm gonna telepathically to Xenlynn. God, he's as bad as my mother.
Oh, just wait. Listen, if my mother wants us at dinner, she can take us or leave us.
Well, now I can say I tried my best.
You did. You gave it a good old dwarven try. Good job, you.
Yeah. I'm hoping after a year and a half of not hearing it, your mother will accept that as an excuse from me again.
Does Xenlynn have a habit of wearing the opposite color of dinner?
No,
it's just that Xenlynn's mother views Xenlynn as something that constantly needs to be apologized for.
Yeah. I low-key imagine that this is not what, like, my mother or him is used to out of me. Like, I imagine Xenlynn was extremely meek and just did as he was told, trying to please her growing up.
But it's like no one's ever going to be perfect, and Xenlynn's mother is very good at noticing imperfections.
Well, she can go find a big one, sit on it, and go for a spin because Zen is great the way he is.
And I hope you tell her that at dinner. I really do. I do
I
still have two
probably will.
hammers in the bank.
Look, I'm just sitting here and like, shit, I have siblings that I know nothing about.
The
Big
good
Alright.
news is most of them. The good news is, I'll tell you above table, most of them are dead.
Well, yeah, but I know that Nanny confirmed that minimum one of them was alive.
Well,
We can get going. Like, we'll get the blood. Don't worry, Arctic. We're not gonna show up like blood. That's not what I meant when I said she can take us as is. I just meant that I'm not going anywhere near my mother without
Okay.
my armor.
Do you want to borrow the baths in my room, or do you just want me to prestidigitate you off?
Are you
Did
planning
off
to change our
happen? No.
colors while you?
I promise that if I do, you'll catch me immediately, and I'll have to change it back on your demand. Because you put the idea in my head, and now if your mother thinks of it and I didn't try it, then I can't tell her honestly I did my best.
No, but you can tell her that if you did, we wouldn't have come. And which do you think would upset her more? Us not being there or us being in the wrong colors? That's exactly what I expected.
He blue
he's
screens.
probably
He blue
like
screens.
making the set of rubies on Xenlynn now. Good lord.
Yeah, he full blue screens, honestly, and you guys can get cleaned up however you like, however you would like to. After a while, he comes back to, let me tell you about the meeting. So the dinner, it's a pre-meeting dinner. There's some word they use for those now, but I can't remember it. Anyway. We're feeding some of our guests, and then they're going to have a big feast for the army out in the field after the meeting. But the meetings, the signing of the treaties between ourselves, Droam, and the Brelish contingent. You think he's probably referring to the denizens of the Undercity.
Interesting. Who exactly is representing them?
I believe the Undercity is being represented by one
Fucking Yurtash, I bet.
Arngir Blazetoe.
I look to Jillian and Kokkola because that means nothing to me.
Go ahead and give me a history check, but either of you. Jill, you can make this with advantage. DC is 16.
Alright. I got a 15, but is this considered an ability check?
Yes, this is an ability check.
Pact of the Talisman. I'm going to add a d4 to that.
Cool. You auto pass.
Yeah, because all I needed is 1. And that's all I rolled was a 1. So 16 it is.
All right. And Jillian? You're muted if you're talking to us.
Okay, history check. Not so good. The highest I rolled was a 16.
Okay, 16 was the DC. This name sparks at both of your memories in different ways. For you, Jillian, Arngir Blazetoe is one of the only people who had basically a tab at your clinic, and it was for his employees. essentially his employees had health insurance. He would pay about 25,000 gold a year into the clinic, and that covered all of his employees. And then if it ran out, he'd fill it up with another 1,000 every time he needed to. If there was any left over at the end of the year, the clinic just got to keep it.
To see how.
Kokkola.
What was
Let
his?
me go ahead.
What did he
Oh, go
do?
ahead. I think on a 16, all you know is that he like had a lot of employees. You think like maybe he like owned a company that owned other companies, kind of thing.
A shell corporation?
What was that?
A shell corporation?
No. Like more like Nestle. How like Nestle owns like water purifiers and like Coke, or not Coke, but a bunch of other shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a shell corporation, but like he was the boss of a company that had other sub businesses like shipping, maybe, or like entertainment. Like maybe he owned a couple of bars.
I'm glad
Oh,
you explained it, because I was thinking he's the head of a mafia doing some money laundering things.
Yeah. No, you think he's like an entrepreneur in the Undercity, of course, so it doesn't exclude shadiness, but he's always you've never heard of him as like, oh, don't fuck with him, or it's always just been like, why would you? He's so nice. Kind of in the same way that like nobody really fucked with you in the Undercity. It's why would somebody fuck with Jillian? Jillian gives out free healthcare. This guy gives out free healthcare and jobs.
Right.
But you know, it's going to be him at the meeting. Oh, and I'm sorry, Kokkola, you know him. From your training in the Goradine. He is not Goradine, but is part of a 2-month assignment that I don't think you've yet told Jillian about in the time since you came out as a agent of the Goradine to her. You had to infiltrate one of his companies, and you worked for him, moving some less than legal materials through Sharn. Not technically illegal until they hit the surface. You know he's a smuggler. A very well-connected smuggler. And from your 2 months, you got the feeling his fingers were in many other pies as well.
Okay. Okay.
Xenlynn, I guess you can also make a history check here if you want. DC is going to be 20 for you, though. Same for Resnor.
I can try. I wasn't really expecting it for, yeah. I would have laughed if it was a nat 20, but yeah, no. That's why I pointed to that. I didn't think Xenlynn would know.
Did we get the Resnor nat 20? No nat 20 for Resnor. All right. So yeah, you all hear this name, Jillian and Kokkola. It resonates with each of you in different ways.
Is he like going to do decent at it, or are we gonna have to step in?
From everything I've heard, he's the person that like the citizens voted for during their week of confinement.
I'm really sorry, Audric. I was directing that at my compatriots.
Oh, my bad. But yeah, democratically elected. Wild. So probably not that great. You know, he wasn't raised for it.
Well, I mean, from what I know of him, it's a possibility he's going to be all right. Jill, what about you? What do you know?
I think it'll be all right. He's always done right by his employees, at least at the clinic. He had a tab, and he always did right by his employees.
I say
All right,
it's
that's
probably
good.
something we would keep an extended eye on, Zen. Who else is going to be there?
I assume your task will be for their representing Droam.
Well, Yotash will be there representing the peoples of Droam, but he'll primarily be there as a god.
For
One of the daughters is gracing our doorstep this eve.
Whoa.
oh, interesting. Or exciting, I guess.
Bit of both. Bit terrifying. We can say it. They don't mind. They like it.
I know virtually nothing.
Oh, do you remember the stories I told you about hags who eat babies?
I mean, yes.
So these are the hags who eat the hags who eat babies.
So they're good people. What's the problem? What's so scary?
No, it's not that they eat the hags who eat babies because they have a moral compunction with eating babies. It's just that eating babies isn't fun enough.
Right, but they're not eating babies, they're eating hags. Ergo, that's a good thing.
Well,
Regardless
yes,
of the
yes,
reason, I don't really care
I guess
why they're not eating.
Yes, at the end of the day, I mean, it's also more metaphorical than anything. Like, I don't literally. I mean, they have eaten other hags, but they don't only subsist on hag. I have heard they still eat children from time to time and feast on the flesh of their enemies. But you know, I don't think
What
you
other
really have
stories
a
have you
problem with
heard,
that, do
Arctic?
you? And he looks at Resnor.
I'm sorry, what did he say? I didn't catch that.
He said they also are known to feast on the flesh of their enemies, but I don't think you'd really have a problem with that, would you? As he looked at Resnor.
No, I don't have a problem with that.
Tell me, Xenlynn, have you given your friends more cannibalistic tastes a try?
I'm not.
Give me a DC 10 history.
No, I think I know what he's getting at. Haha, there's the nat 20.
I think I know what you think he's getting at. I think you look at him and immediately discard the thought of it being about eating your twin.
That's not what I was thinking.
Oh, no, you just know straight up one of the worst moral sins you can commit in drow culture is cannibalism.
No. But I mean, you always had such great stories. What stories have you heard lately? I assume we're like walking to the rooms during this.
I think you're already in the room at this point when
yeah.
he starts telling you about the meeting. Like we can skip the walk. We don't.
Oh, okay.
For the most part, unless you guys have conversations you want to have with each other during walks, we will be skipping liminal spaces for this.
Yeah,
we have too much to cover and only another hour and 20 minutes to do so max.
Yep. Yeah, Arctic,
right.
What stories are the people telling these days?
Oh, your mother's ascension.
Right?
How much of it have you heard? I need to know how much background you need. Or how familiar are your friends with Kyberian politics?
I think it's safe to say probably not at all.
No, but can we just get the cliff notes of it, or do we have to have a history lecture?
If I'm not mistaken,
I can give you the 30-second history background you need to understand.
30 seconds in
Because we're going-
millennial time or 30 seconds in boomer time?
It'd go a lot faster if you stopped interrupting me and let me just tell the damn story.
Probably.
That's what this fucking millennial time is. You hear me? You kids born in this millennium are so goddamn impatient that you can't let someone finish their speech so they can get to the end of it. Because you know what happens when you interrupt? Someone has to stop and then they have to reset to the previous beat of the story so it still makes sense.
I'm just going to look at Xenlynn.
Or they ramble off on a side tangent because they have a chip on their shoulder.
That wasn't very mannerly.
You, Resnor.
You know, Resnor? You're right. My apologies. As I was saying, let me introduce you to the characters of this game's tale. We have, of course, Our Lady of Shadows, the Baroness Bloody, and the Lord Tyrant. The three drow who sat atop all others, with none stronger or wiser than the other. One day, about 10 months ago, the Lord Tyrant looked out over the city and saw that not all had fear. Many loved him, and this love could not be tolerated. So the Lord Tyrant took up his sword, and here he gestures out one of the subterranean windows into the hollow of the great city, and you see a sword sticking out of the central building. Central building is about 40 feet tall. This sword is about as long as this building is tall. And struck at the root of his people. Our Lady Bloody, or our Baroness Bloody, stood atop the capital in defiance and choked him on the blood he spilled. And as she lay exhausted from her great effort, Our Lady of Shadows came to offer her comfort. And the kiss she laid was a kiss of death. And so it is that our children and our children's children shall learn that to be a victor is not to be feared or to be bloodied, but to be wise and to know when to strike. I'm still workshopping it, but I think that'll work pretty well for the next generation, yes? You'd have your children told that story, right, Xenlynn?
Sure.
Good bit of
Although,
propaganda.
I mean, sure, it certainly, brushes over all the previous Shadow Queens that weren't in our family.
Shh. Why would we remember them when they died and failed? Speaking of died and failed, did you saw your auntie, right?
Yes.
Up on the surface. Did she tell you
Tell me what?
that Berline had to be resurrected on the field of battle?
She didn't. She told me he was alive.
He is, though not by his own sword, causing us to waste a scroll of raised dead.
Xenlynn just instantly flips back to like 20 minutes ago and is like, oh, you didn't like have someone that could cast it?
Not within a 10-day travel, and not, in a place where they could safely get to his body.
I mean, there are lesser magics that delay it, surely.
Unfortunately, your brother was in a, what's the word? The topsiders have a good one. A Valor Squadron?
I see. So he was in enemy lines.
No, Valor Squadron as in, there for the glory, not for the battle, right?
Sounds about right. Sounds about like him and Mother.
Yes, well, when the enemy burrows through the ceiling behind your lines, the Valor Squadron doesn't do great. To be clear, a Valor Squadron is basically a group of nobles' children who don't actually see battle.
Yeah. They sit in the back and let the battle play out, and then as like the final people are on the ground, they roll up and like spear them with their horses, and they're like, "Ah, we won!"
Yeah.
Gods, to die in such a position. How embarrassing for him.
Quite. And, well, I don't know precisely what your mother said to you, but a valiant son would do some good.
It's too bad I haven't cured my condition. I can't be allowed to be a valiant son.
But Xenlynn, you already have.
Ah, but
You
that's not
delivered
possible,
us-
Arctic. That would mean your lady's wrong.
That would mean
Surely
her-
you're not saying that.
That would mean her advisors were wrong.
I
And
can
her
assure you
trust
it was
was
not
misplaced.
her advisors that told me that.
And her trust was misplaced. I
Arctic.
understand that. And he leans in. I understand how you feel, my boy, but best toe the party line while you're down here. You'll be getting yourself out soon enough, yeah?
Probably sooner than anyone expects. I can assure you, Arctic, I will not be towing any lines. And you are free to do as you wish.
He reaches up, reaches his arms open to offer you a hug.
I give it to him. I wouldn't want you to put your life in danger, but neither will I stand for you lying to my face. It is your choice if you would stay with us and be our guide or send someone else.
As he hugs you, rests his hand on the back of your neck. Go ahead and give me a perception check, DC 15.
Tough.
I'm so sorry, we didn't hear most of that.
Nat 20 for the second time in a row. They were holding for the important stuff.
Not only can you tell that he is writing letters out on the back of your neck, you can figure out exactly what he is writing, which is that there is no guarantee within the bounds of your mother's domain that she is not scrying on you at any given time. So he must lie to you unless he is, except when he is silent.
I break the hug and I say, be silent or send someone else. It's your choice. As I said, I won't stand for it.
It's good to have you home, Xenlynn. I wish you could stay longer than you can, but I know you have things to do. At the meeting, your mother wants to present the face of a woman who has played every chess piece exactly correctly. She wants them, the sisters, the daughters of Sorkel, two of whom will be communicating with us through Mira, one of which will be in the room, to believe that you did not stumble upon their fortress near Revan, but that you were unknowingly directed there by her. If you play along with this, it would be a boon to myself, your mother, and to you, because it would establish you as a hero amongst our people, amongst the people of the Undercity, and make it that much harder for your mother to choose that a dishonored son is better than a disobedient one. And you know she doesn't want a succession struggle.
He doesn't say anything.
Wonderful.
Do what
This
you may,
has been-
Zen.
Hey,
Of
Jill,
course.
you still have that one thing ready, right?
Absolutely.
Good. That's all he says.
Okay.
I appreciate you telling me this, Arctic. You've been my one steadfast companion in this place.
All right. Well, dinner should be shortly. Yeah, everyone's all cleaned up. I need to get cleaned up. My goodness. Zen, do you? So the central hall here that we're in is pretty much the same. Do you remember the way to the dining hall? Or do you want an escort, or do you mind if I clean up quickly while you make your way there? Your mother won't mind if I'm a few minutes late.
Do as you need. Can I incite him as he's leaving? Does he seem like he is actually think he's going to be late? Do I think he might try and make a run for it or something? Or
Give me an insight.
there we go. Now we're paying. That's an 8.
8. You think he, at the very least, needs a minute to get himself together before he has to look your mother in the face and wonder what she thinks of what he just said, if she heard it.
Oh, yeah.
It's the unpredictability of never knowing if she's listening and never knowing what her reaction would be if she was.
Right. I'm surprised he said that. But yeah. Well, I'll get cleaned up, etc.
He couldn't be silent to you when you needed to know the situation anymore. You told him not to lie.
I also told him not to risk his life, but
well, you're not the boss of him. Hey, you're not the boss of him. He's 861 years old. He'll risk his goddamn life if he feels like it.
But yeah, Xenlynn will like message around the room, doing vibe checks essentially as he's cleaning up. You know, hey guys, like, you heard what he said. We might need to just dip and worry about getting what people out we can later. Depending how this goes, I don't know. It's been over a year.
Kokkola will just telepathically respond back, whatever you choose, I got your back. I support you.
Yeah, Resnor will pat him on the shoulder.
In lighter news, now that we're cleaned up, do we want to go sparkly white side out or sparkly black side out?
I'm going to be honest, I really want to do black just to purposefully be more different. Like, eggshell, these aren't eggshell white, but it was close to one of the colors.
No, give me an insight check into your mother. If you want to figure out what would piss her off the most.
I mean, I got a 7, but that's a fair point. Would she be more pissed off that we're pointedly being close?
I'll say
advantage.
Right? I'll say advantage.
That's a 15. That's better.
You are a child looking to piss off their mother. No one knows how to do that better than the child. 15. You know that wearing all white, especially a rainbow prismatic white, would be more of an offense to your mother than wearing black. If you're all wearing black, that's formal enough, and it's like, oh, maybe they missed the memo. You know, not to her, she knows you got it, but to everyone else there who is dressing in the colors, it's, oh, maybe they didn't realize it was eggshell only.
I think we go
or maybe they didn't realize there were colors. Wearing the white is, oh, I knew there was a color, but I decided to be more.
Yeah, I think the white will be good.
It's also radiant white, which is in direct opposition to your mother's place as Shadow Queen.
Yeah. Also, I think obviously we're wearing the cloaks in the open, but I'm assuming that we're going out as the Broken Crown here.
I mean, breaker of chains and destroyer of tyranny. Let's do it. Fuck it, we ball.
Mm-hmm.
We ball.
And then Xenlynn will, after we're ready, navigate us to the hall. I thought it was a different palace, but...
So as you're walking through this central keep, what you can see is that your mother has taken rubble from where referred to in your tutor's story as the Lord Tyrant. Lord Melikov went on his rampage. Your mother has taken the rubble and shaped it into her new castle atop her old keep. Or new palace atop her old keep. So it's like if you go up 4 floors, you're in new territory. If you go out 4 hallways, you're in new territory. Here in the middle, this is your home.
Cool. So yeah, he'll lead them there.
All right. You head to the dining hall where you see a table. Would probably seat about 8 aside, with your mother in a high-backed, winged black chair. The filigree looks like spider webs sewn throughout in black metal. To her side, a beautiful raven-haired woman, pale skin, dark black lips, hooded eyes, arched eyebrows, black dress that drapes shoulder down, cuts out at the sides. Drapes is the right word. You cannot say that this is worn, as it just lays across this figure and shifts with their every movement like fluid. Across the table from her, you see Yurtosh at your mother's left-hand side. A spot open. 3 of your mother's advisors that you recognize from youth, and 1 more drow that you do not recognize. And then alongside the figure that you would assume to be the daughter of Sora Kell in attendance, you see a mixed retinue of a gnoll, a stone-skinned halfling, a hill gnome, and a kobold.
Does
then-
the stone skin halfling look familiar? Is it Breckish?
It is not Breckish.
Aw.
So on the ask, I'll tell you there is a similarity, maybe family of some sort.
Yeah.
Yeah, the feature, like the coloration is all different, but the features are similar, if that makes sense. And then there is space for you at the end of either side of the table for your entire party. And of course, there is the seat at the opposite end of the table from your mother. Where does everybody sit? Again, open seat next to your Tosh. Does not seem to be claimed. Row of drow. Empty seats.
Jill's gonna cast aid at 4th level before everybody splits up, and
Row of Undercities. Oh, 1 second. I'm sorry, I had some massive lag there. What's up?
Jill wanted to cast aid on everyone in the group before we split up, and she's like, "I think we should."
Yeah, I'll
sure
say
we
you can
stay
cast aid
close.
over for sure.
I was going
you can
to
aid
suggest
walk over.
it together, but if you guys want to separate, we can.
I think we should stay close. We should stay close. I feel nervous when you guys are too far away from me.
Yeah, I think we just go to the end of the table and sit together.
Yeah, let's sit together.
Yeah. Which side of the table are you sitting on? Hag's side or your Tosh's?
Is the row of empty
basically-
seats, is the row of empty
ahead.
seats like right by where the empty chair across the table from his Zen's mom is?
So there's basically 5 empty seats on each side, and then the end of the table.
So if one person was to sit at the end of the table, we could sit at the empty seats, like directly in an L shape from them.
Yeah.
I will pull the chair out at the end of the table for Xenlynn. Also,
Okay.
I think I forgot to mention this when we were in the room because was distracted, but I think after we got the blood cleaned off and you could see Kokkola, you would notice before she left the room and put up disguise self spell, you would see the stony skin of Kokkola where she looks different.
I'm gonna be
Cole
honest.
looks the same as she did in the ethereal realm, to use Xenlynn.
Yeah. But I
Sure,
did put
Or not ethereal, astral. Astral.
yeah,
my
I know
bad.
what you meant.
Mhm. Yeah, I was gonna say honestly, I was operating up to now as if that was how I was seeing you. My bad.
I just didn't know if I had said it out loud or we hadn't talked
Yeah.
about it in character. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'll put the chair out for you at the
Oh,
end of the table. And I'll do a little fancy like here's
he
your chair.
definitely side eyes you weird as he sits.
You see your mother is engaged in what looks like honestly casual conversation with the woman to her right, and says, "Oh, Madam Katra, I must introduce you to my youngest son, Xenlynn. He does not
pleasure.
yet feel deserving of the title prince, or desirous, was it, my child?"
It's more like a conflict of interest, to be honest with you, you know. And he just kind of flashes the cloak a little bit, accentuating that it's not the right color and drawing attention to the like broken crown symbol.
Oh. And you see Sorakatra locks eyes with you and smiles.
It's a pleasure, Madam Kotra. And
A
Xenlynn like
pleasure
holds out a hand
indeed.
to shake.
And you see, well, she's way down the table from you.
Oh, okay. So
she
he'll just
does
kind of
actually.
like
You see her like slide out of her chair. It is like she moves through the air with the grace of a fish cutting through the water. You do not see steps, you just see her move towards you. And she extends a hand for you to kiss. A pleasure.
the pleasure is mine, and he'll like do the thumb like he's not actually touching lips to her. I don't know what this is, but he's like doing the thumb.
I'll say that's just part. I'm just gonna say that's part of drow culture with how much poison's a big part of it.
That's fair. Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
even
the
offensive,
pleasure's
just your
mine.
culture.
Yeah. The pleasure is mine, I assure you.
I'm sure it is. And who is this? As she turns to Resnor.
That happens to be the axe of the Broken Crown, one of my good friends and compatriots. And I'll gesture. You can introduce yourself, like you're a person.
Resnor will do like a small bow. Resnor Greyback.
A pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Greyback. A shame I missed your call.
Resnor's big nervous right now. Yeah.
Don't
Shit.
worry. Don't. And she leans in to your ear. Don't worry. I won't tell Yotash you were sneaking through his things. Quite sly of you. I like a
Yeah.
creative boy.
Appreciate it, I think. Resnor is definitely
then-
leaning away from her.
She pulls back from you, seeing you pull away. No need to be frightened, darling. You, I know. Ms. Jillian Rilke.
Jill waves.
I came to your clinic once under glamour. Did you know that?
Does Jillian know that?
No, you had no fucking clue. And you see she gestures with her hand, and all of a sudden you see an old crone, white hair hanging in front of her face, pustules on her cheeks, black eye. Yes, Madam Rilke. It's my arthritis. I can't hardly move my hands. I just need a little bit to help, and I don't have the plots to cover it, you know? Please. And then, not my hardest acting job, but I thought I did quite well. It was good of you to help me that day, Ms. Rilke. So many of my immigrants have been helped by you. I just had to see you for myself, and their kind words did not do your angelic beauty justice. As she reaches out to take your hand and offer you a kiss on it.
Would Jill have noticed what Xenlynn did, or would she
You can give me a
just
perception.
accept the kiss? Perception.
You can give me a perception. I will say you saw that it was the other way around for Xenlynn.
Okay.
Either way.
16. 16.
16? Yeah, you caught Xenlynn like putting his thumb between his lips and her hand.
Okay. So she will mimic the same gesture.
Well,
Kiss her
as I
thumb.
said, she's trying to take your hand to kiss you. on
Oh,
the
she's
back
trying
of
to
your
take. Okay.
She's trying to she's giving you a sign of deference here, like socially at least.
All right. So
You can make an insight if you want to
That's the
see if like
kiss.
you're doing something bad. If you want to use that whatever you roll, like, or if you want to, you can either roll a new roll or you can use whatever you rolled on the perception. And just
On
add your
insight
insight
12.
Then
Okay.
go ahead and you can go ahead and re-roll then if you want.
Nat 20 on that one, so that's 25.
Gorgeous. She does not mean you any harm in this moment. This is probably a little bit because she wants you to like her, and a little bit because this is her persona, and a little bit because she finds you, if not attractive, entertaining enough to want you to be attracted to her.
Well, sorry for her. Jillian has a cuddle buddy already.
You mean the one who abandons the cuddle before Jillian wakes up every morning?
Yeah, that's how we keep it no homo.
Who crawls in after Jillian falls asleep?
Right. Jillian puts out her hand and lets her kiss it.
And then
She says, yeah. Don't need to sneak. Just be out. If you need me to heal you, just all right.
Oh, I
Don't need
didn't.
to
I didn't need the
disguise.
healing. I didn't need the healing, darling. I just needed to see if you were all that you were cracked up to be. And my, was I surprised when you were more. And then
Well, thank
there's you. I don't know you. I don't even know what you are. And she reaches over to tap you on the forehead, Kokkola. With they look almost like long acrylic nails, painted black.
I think Kokkola, being who she is, would not accept a tap on the forehead because that would be where she comes from, like a sign of disrespect. So she would just, you know.
Yeah, she doesn't push the issue. She's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just quite curious. I've never seen a dwarf who was actually of stone. I thought it was metaphorical."
Does she see through my? She sees through my disguise self spell.
She's got true sight, baby.
Okay, so I mean, Kokkola just kind of looks at her like, okay, well, I'm Kokkola Irongut, heir to the Irongut clan of the Moorholds.
Not by that badge you want.
Oh yeah, rescue mission, save my dad, all that. It'll be reinstated when we get home. The quicker the better.
It's a pleasure to be introduced. Yotash had so very little to say about you.
I tend to be tight on who I have as associates.
And yet, you're here with what, from the outside, looks like quite the ragtag group. And she gestures at the entire table. But we're all here with a common purpose, aren't we? And that is to celebrate a plan well done. As she sidles back over to her seat. Your Highness, may I suggest we begin the meal? And you see your mother, a flash of irritation at being subtly ordered in her own castle. Yes, I believe we should. And a brilliant meal begins to be served. At least brilliant to one or two sets of eyes in our party. As Xenlynn, you see one of your childhood dishes, roast giant centipede with mushrooms stuffed inside, broiled in sheep butter, be rolled out. I don't know how appetized everyone else is by this, but Xenlynn, this is your lasagna, my guy.
I mean,
This is a
like,
chicken parm.
Here's the thing: centipedes are creepy, but like, if it's dead, like that's good protein. And I
Yeah.
love mushrooms. Like,
This is
it could
this
be
is a
worse.
chicken. This is like
and
a
I'm,
chicken
and
parm.
I'm
my
sure
guy.
there's what's the underdark like weird like bug cow things like roar or something.
Yeah. It's like
I'm sure
that's what I meant.
those are
Rojar.
around somewhere.
I was trying to remember what those were to say that butter, and then I was just like, no, I'm just saying sheep.
Yeah, I'm sure
No,
there's
it's Rojar butter.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like some roar steaks somewhere or something too.
Oh yeah. So yeah, a almost entirely insect-based meal begins to be insect, mushroom, and tuber-based meal begins to be rolled out. But it is prepared with a lot of very interesting spices. How's everyone feel about eating bugs?
Oh, Resnor will dig in.
That's about what I figured. How about
This is
our
just dinner.
two? How about our two Upper City Sharn livers? How's our upper crust house ladies doing?
I think Kokkola like goes for the mushrooms, and if there's some type of like bread and butter, she'll go for that. But I think she's gonna skip the bug.
Okay.
I think Jill
you-
would.
Go ahead, Kokkola. Just
Jill
give
would
me
try
a
to-
intelligent, or give me a survival for Kokkola while Jill tells me what she's doing. Sorry.
I think Jill would try to take a small sample of everything. She does like mushrooms, so if she notices mushrooms, she'll eat that. But she'll take a small sample of everything.
And Jill worked double shifts in the Undercity. She's definitely eaten some bugs before. It's just it's the fastest takeout. 17 on that survival. At the last second before you grab a basket of rolls that has been placed next to you, you glance at it and realize that flour doesn't regular flour doesn't usually make brown bread. And you realize this is made of cricket flour.
Hard pass. I'll have mushrooms.
Yeah, and you end up eating an entire meal of mushrooms and potatoes.
What's the matter, Kokkola? You're eating like an elf there.
Look, listen.
But you said you want some, you get some butter and stuff.
If there was going to be bread, I would, but if there's no bread, I'll just eat the mushrooms and potatoes.
Just mushrooms and a plain baked potato.
Yep.
Damn. So yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna
eating these nice sautéed mushrooms, this plain baked potato. There's some spices and stuff for you to add to food if you like.
Pass,
You hear
don't-
the conversation down towards the head of the table begin to turn a little more business-like as Yurtosh Arngir, who is the stone-faced halfling, by the way, and your mother and Sorakel delve into a half-whispered conversation of negotiations.
Oh, has the meeting started?
Oh no, the meeting hasn't started. Just a bit of talk.
Sounded like negotiations. I just figured, all of the involved parties should be part of those.
Oh. And you hear your mother from the end of the table. I'm sorry, Xenlynn. Did you want to be an involved party?
Seems to me that
And
Revan
you get a
Morholt
message.
already are.
And you get a message. I thought you were leaving as soon as possible.
I message back, oh, we are. And out loud I say, but you see, the Morholds are already involved. After all, you have the mayor of Revan who is helping lead the vanguard of the battle. You can't just expect them to not want to be involved in these negotiations.
I'm sorry, I don't believe we gave any claim to the Morholds, and I do believe that Mayor Rilke signed on before the Morholds overtook Revan. And they launched an attack on the upper city. It seems to me, Xenlynn, that Mayor Rilke was acting in her capacity as a private citizen.
Actually, when we went to Sharn for the first time, Jillian was already mayor of Revan, and we didn't launch the attack, by the way. I'm not sure if you were there. We were, but I'm not sure if you were. We didn't start that. The people rioted at a trial, and we had to fight our way out of it.
I'm talking about the attack on the Kundarak household, darling. Perhaps know what you speak of before you open your mouth in front of your betters.
It seems to me that without the Morholds, and regardless of that, without the aid of Revan, we would have faced much stronger resistance at the battle. Who knows if I would be sitting here before you?
And we thank Jillian for her contribution as a citizen. She'll be receiving quite the reward from my government.
Mm-hmm. There wasn't an attack on a Kundarak house, so I want to know what she's talking about.
There was an attack on a Kundarak house.
That's what the Morholds were
by
doing.
the Morholds.
Dad out.
Yeah, that was at the same time we were leading the vanguard in the
That's
Undercity.
That's what she's talking about. The Morholds' involvement is she's saying was it their official action was in the upper city, is what she's saying.
Listen,
she's like they were involved in something else entirely. Basically what she's doing is saying we don't owe them shit because Jillian would have done this whether she worked with them or not.
That's true.
She's saying it politically.
Right. All we want to offer is that you can't force these topsiders who have never lived a day underground to expect them to just live here without any say in it, and we are offering them another option.
Arngir speaks up. I'm sorry. Which topsiders that have never lived a day underground are you speaking of? Because as far as I'm aware, we brought my people of the Undercity, many of whom haven't seen daylight in their lives. And I'd thank you, young Master Xenlynn, not to refer to us as topsiders. It's a little pejorative coming out of your mouth.
Understood. All we're doing is offering an option.
Maybe you should speak to me about that, not your mum.
I was trying to speak to all of you, but you all wanted to have a whispered conversation and exclude us.
And you see your mother turns to Arngir. Don't speak to my son like that in my house. I'm giving you quite the deal, and you won't disrespect my family in front of me. In fact, and you see her move her fingers into the beginnings of a somatic component. You won't insult my family at all, will you? Your Tash. All right. Getting a little heated. Xenlynn's got a point. We should save negotiations for the meeting. Can we leave it at that? And he looks to your mother. Sorakel looks across the table at him with just a little smile. Or not Sorakel, Sorakatra. God, I'm going to make that mistake so many times. Good thing I've got a couple months to practice. No, the Undercity is literally all underground. Just to be clear. Like, them moving the Undercity was not like, it's not a lower city, it is the part of Sharn that was underground.
In Xenlynn's mind, there's still a difference, but it may be the same to them.
No, there is a difference between living in Kyber and living underground. But it was the topsiders who have never.
I get it.
Yeah. It's the way you said it, not what you said, that was his issue primarily.
I get it.
But yeah, let's just finish the meal and then we'll get right into the meeting. Yeah. Does that sound all right to you, ma'am? And he looks across to Sorakel. A little bit of fear in his eyes. All four of you catch. No check needed. Just on a passive insight. You see that smile on her face, and you see him relax. And the rest of the meal continues pretty quietly, unless any of you want to speak.
I
You
don't
see
think
there's some
Resnor-
chatter between the advisors, I guess.
What kind of like silverware is out right now for this meal?
Silver.
Is the knife like a butter knife or is it like a steak knife?
I think you've got both.
I'm gonna say every time like things get heated like that, Resnor's gonna put his hand over the steak knife and he's gonna be ready for whatever.
I think
Yeah,
Xenlynn
and you
doesn't
see-
eat anymore.
You see, after about a half hour of the dinner, Arctic files in, takes the seat next to Yurtosh. You see your mother shoots him a look, and he looks back at her. You can make an insight if you want to try to read into it. Anyway.
Nah.
All right.
I'll insert it because I think Kokkola's
Okay,
kind of on a swivel. I got a 22.
22. You can tell they're messaging under the table from that look.
I think also if noticing passively that Zen stopped eating, that Kokkola will probably do the same.
Yeah, I think after that that conversation, Zen just sits and stares at his mom the rest of the meal.
Your mother does not lock eyes with you once.
I don't expect her to. It's for everyone else.
I just wanted to let you know.
I think I would also telepathically say to Zen, like, her and my mom should get together. Jesus Christ, they're equally as ignorant.
That is the
Ignorance.
single worst thing that could ever happen in the history of Eberron.
You might have, I think she'll like try to stifle an actual chuckle and say, you know what, you might be right.
Both of you go ahead and give me history checks. Cole, yours is a DC 20, Xenlynn, yours is a DC 13.
Well, Zen got a 12, so he did not meet it.
I've got a 26.
Xenlynn's seen Goradine cloaks down here before and told you about it. It's not impossible.
Yeah, we should never let that happen. Ever.
Yeah,
On the bright
make
side,
a joke and then you realize the possibility and the joke loses a little of its humor.
it's okay, Kokkola. If they're that terrifying together, think of how much of a force of good you and me have to be.
Yeah. Breaker of chains, slayer of tyrants.
Yeah. And dinner comes to a close. Your mother pushes back and stands up from her chair. Xenlynn, if you'd follow myself and the others to the meeting room.
Sure, come on, guys.
To be clear, just as a GM, I meant to get across that was
Oh,
for
okay.
reference to. She
Okay.
just doesn't know. She just doesn't know their names,
That's
according
fair.
to her.
That's fair. She hears
She has
everything
them
in
in
her domain, but
She has them in a report somewhere. She just doesn't care.
Yeah.
It's disposable 1, 2, 3.
She gonna know my name.
She going.
I'm gonna make my name for myself right here.
Oh, hell.
And you adjourn to a sitting area. Here, the floors are white marble, studded throughout with amethyst gems. The high vaulted ceilings in blue stone, lit by fungal torches, where bundles of phosphorescent mushrooms grow out of a pot atop a post, and a burning fireplace at the edge with a ovular, is that the word? Oval? An oval table ringed with comfortable chairs. They're desk chairs, but they've got a nice padding to them. None different than any of the others. Your mother and Sorikatra hang back a bit from the table, waiting for everyone else to sit. Here in this room, it is the four of you, Arctic, Yurtosh, Sorikatra, Arangir, and that's it. How do you sit around this table? Looks like the longer sides of the oval have 4 chairs each, and then 1 at each head.
I suppose in this situation,
Or wait, sorry, I miscounted. I think 3 chairs each, and then 1 at the head.
I think in this situation, Xenlynn's gonna head for the chair at the head and let the others fill in around him, I would assume.
Or head and tail, I guess. So 1 on each of the short sides, and then 3 on the longs. So you're going to head for one of the short sides then?
Yeah, and the others can sit wherever they want.
All right. Who's sitting on Zen's left? Who's sitting on Zen's right?
Resnor will sit on the right.
Okay.
Jill will
Kokkola,
sit
you
on
want
the
to fill in? Jill's going to be first on the left. Kokkola, you filling in next to Jill or next to Resnor?
Or
Next
at
to
the foot.
Or are you splitting? You putting someone between you and the party?
You sitting at the other head?
That'd be a fucking power move.
The Broken Crown controls this meeting.
You know what? I think I will. Just to be an asshole, I will sit directly across from Xenlynn at the opposed other head of the table.
Oh,
They don't know our name.
They look at you. Sorikatra looks at you, Kokkola. How thoughtful! You left space for each of us to sit with the rest of our party by splitting yours.
Mm-hmm. How exactly thoughtful?
And you see her and Erengir and Yurtosh, with her in the center. Yurtosh next to Resnor. Or wait, I'm short 1 seat. One of these sides fits 4 chairs. Don't ask how. Non-Euclidean geometry on this oval. So it's on the side closest to the fireplace. We have Kokkola, Arangir, Sorikatra, Yurtosh, Resnor, Xenlynn, then Jillian, Arctic, Xenlynn's mother, Kokkola.
Yeah.
And you see as she lowers herself into the chair, she is giving you the dirtiest fucking look, Kokkola.
I'm just gonna give her a very elegant, raised in the upper echelons of society, has manners, refuses to use them, smile. Maybe an eyelash flitter too.
She looks over at you, Xenlynn. Message. Convince me not to disintegrate your pet dwarf by the end of this meeting. Please. Or convince her not to give me reason to. I need y'all to know that in our Discord, not even in our back chat, I told my party, I don't have a combat planned for you, but you could provoke one. And they're doing everything short of punching someone to try, I think.
We're being so
I
mannerly.
mean, you knew we weren't gonna like be nice here.
We were
I knew you
putting
weren't going to be
kowtow
nuts.
to
There's
a
a
bunch of
hey,
power hungry assholes.
hey, gang. There's a difference between being nice and being polite.
I just want to point out yet
You-
again, the barbarian is not the cause of the problem.
No.
No, it's the two that should know better.
I feel like Xenlynn and Kokkola really feed into each other's mommy issues moments at the most inconvenient in front of one of the mother's times. Because when we were at Kokkola's house, Zen was like, dude, I got you. Same way. It's
Xenlynn, Xenlynn. Okay, Xenlynn and Kokkola are referred to in my notes as the particle accelerator of chaos, and that's where we're going to get back to the name.
See, this is why I cast aid.
hey, our cleric knows.
Sorakatra leans back. Well, the meeting is ready. Let's begin our negotiations from where we started, so as to not leave anyone out. Isn't that right, Princeling?
The smile drops and Xenlynn glares at her, but he just nods.
Administrative control over the yet-to-be-renamed Undercity will be retained by Droam via the blood of Yotash, which will be reshaped into a rehabilitative force. As a part of the Droam's pact with the newly founded Mraholds, city of Revan, a contingent of the blood of Yotash, not to be smaller than 100 members, shall remain stationed in the city of Revan, looking at Jillian, to act as their guard force for a period not to exceed 5 years without revisitation. The lawmaking of the yet-to-be-renamed Undercity shall be undertaken by a team of administrators brought together by our very own Arangir Blazestone. And you see Arangir sort of puffs up his chest a little. He's barely at the edge of this table in this chair right now, same as you, Jillian. Like you got like your nose at the edge of the table. And a 30% tithe on the gross domestic product of the yet-to-be-renamed Undercity will be paid to the government of the Shadow Queen. Long may she reign. For a period not to extend beyond 10 years. After 10 years, the land will be considered bought and paid for and the Undercity may either join with the realm of the Queen of Shadow or choose to establish themselves as their own nation based on a vote. These are the terms we have set out in prior agreements. Are there any objections or questions for clarification?
I would like to propose an amendment that the citizens of the yet to be renamed Undercity be given the option, if they would prefer, to return with us to Revan. The non-military members, that is.
How many citizens? Yes, how many citizens is Revan prepared to take? And is Revan prepared to provide interplanar transport?
I mean, we can get home, right, Zen? Above the table, you've got to
let me double check. I was under the impression I could because I have the coordinates to a teleportation circle here, so I assumed that would still work, but I'm double checking.
I'll let you know the teleportation circle here leads to the exit you walked out of. It's like the cave that you left through.
Right, but what I'm saying is that in theory, as long as we have a sigil sequence, teleportation circles should still work.
I think you have to be on the same plane, but you could theoretically walk these people up through the caves, which is a dangerous trek, to be clear.
Yeah.
And use a teleportation circle that way.
Technically,
or
you are
you could
correct.
plane
On
shift
the material plane determined by the GM.
I will say
I'll accept it.
I'm gonna say you have 100% chance if you go to the material plane. The way we're gonna do this is we're gonna use teleport failure rules.
That's fair.
If you do it from here.
Right. Otherwise, I do believe Jillian can cough.
Wonderful. And how many civilians is Revan prepared to take again?
200.
When she looks at Jillian. Just to make sure we get the statement from the correct people, Madam Mayor, would you mind saying it? You're muted. How many civilians is Revan prepared to take?
200. Jill?
Yeah, up to 200. Up to 200 we can take. But
all right. Well, we'll get the survey out among the populace and determine. I'm assuming you want the determination to be need-based. Who could not survive underground and whatnot? Or do you want there to be a preference for families, a preference for the infirm, a preference for the elderly? Should we make it lottery-based?
Well, if there's somebody that absolutely can't live down here, then that I understand that could be a priority. Just see how many actually want to leave.
All right. So need-based and then a lottery of the applicants?
I think that's the fairest way. Unfortunately, we can't take everyone that wants if there are too many.
Any objections? Yeah, I'll object. Iron Gear speaks up. Of course, those who are skilled workers who can find a job anywhere are going to take the opportunity to go to topside first thing. And we need those skilled workers in the Undercity. They signed on for the travel, not agreeing not to have a way back. We hold them to their agreements. We need those bodies. We need those people. I don't have an issue with need-based, but I think if the need's less than 200, then we only send the people who need to go, because we need the others here. It's the duty of every man and woman in the Undercity to help get us started again.
If that's the case, then how are we defining need? Surely those with young children.
Why would you need? Why would a young child not be able to live in the Undercity?
Why do they have to choose? Like, if why does it have to be need or whatever? Why can't they just go if they want to go? Like, they're people, they have freedoms. They were removed from Sharn. For the Undercity was removed from Sharn because of the tyranny of the houses. Why would they not have a choice to choose? If they fought for freedom, they're here.
Because they made an agreement to help rebuild. When we did this,
people,
you don't get to reap the benefits and do whatever without paying the cost.
Out of curiosity, Ongear.
Just calm down. Just calm down. Not everybody actually got to choose. It wasn't like there was an election held and everybody voted to leave.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How do you think I got here? I was voted for. This is not. Yes. I know you all came onto this.
See, you weren't. You voted to be here. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There are people.
So what you're saying is the populace of the Undercity has been planning to leave Sharn for a time, and this was not just dropped on you all with the riots.
Right. Exactly. We've known, not everybody, but most people have known the plan for a couple of months now. And then we weren't planning to leave this quick, no. But we got our groups together, we got our unions together, and we got as many people as we could to vote on whether we were ready to leave. And people voted yes, and that was part of the deal. Was if you're ready to leave, you have to be ready to build up the new place. You can't quit just as soon as it gets hard.
And so, what about the smaller contingent of people who voted no?
Well, most of them left. Because we were moving the Undercity, whether they voted yes or no, once we hit the majority. You know, they knew it was going, and most of them were just folks who didn't want to be away from family in the upper city. So
okay, exactly that.
So then surely there won't be that many that want to leave, because all the ones who did not want to come here already left, according to you. So why is it an issue, Ongear?
He can't speak to you.
Are your people that disloyal to you?
I think some people made a decision without realizing that it would be as much hard work as it is.
All right. Well, perfect time to rectify that, to let them have the choice, the freedom to choose. They didn't ask to go from one set of tyranny to another.
It's not tyranny. There's no tyranny in obeying what you agreed to.
People to do something they don't want to do is tyrannical. You were elected. You can be easily unelected.
And you know what? When the people unelect me, I'll listen to them. I don't need to listen to some hoity-toity house bitch who only left because her family didn't want her anymore.
How about Mr. Contrary?
About 3.5 seconds.
All right.
Take back the word that you used at me, or we're going to have the same blood we had on us before we came in here. No disrespect,
It's enough.
Exactly. That's what I was just saying. Can you just dial it back a bit? Why do you have to be Mr. Contrary about everything we say? We're here to help. We already got the
I was speaking
and you're just
to you.
Is my mic muted?
No. You're unmuted.
Okay.
No. She spoke over you on purpose. I was speaking to you, particularly the loud-mouthed dwarf who's only here as a guest of my son and has no legitimate interest in the business ongoing here. You do not represent any of the peoples of my city, the Undercity, or Revan.
Well, I just don't even want to listen to you
was
anymore.
Elected.
Trying to have a negotiation, but you're just like being a stick in the mud. Mr. Miss Stick in the Mud. Mrs.
We're trying to
Stick in the
have
Mud.
We're trying to have a negotiation, and you are insisting that we have not thought through a plan that's been ongoing for a year. You're insisting.
We're just talking about
that-
200 people here, and not even 200. That's like the uppermost, maybe 200, maybe 150, maybe only 75. But you just want to be a stick in the mud and won't even budge on that. Jeez, we get that there are people that
I'm
need to have
sorry.
skills
Had
that
I
need to
given
stay.
given my opinion yet? Had I given my
I
opinion
don't know.
on
All
who
you're
should be
doing is
allowed to
just
leave?
lobbing turds. You're just lobbing turds, and we're trying to have a negotiation. You just want to be the bucket
You know
full
what,
of
Ms.
turds.
Rilke? You can have your 200. They can even be warriors if you like. If it will shut you up 1 minute faster. Gods.
Cool. All right, next item on the
And
list.
you see. Yes, what is your next item on the list that you have an objection to? I'm sure it's something about the taxes that people will be paying to buy their land.
30% is excessive, but I actually wanted to talk about. Did you say troop
30%.
station in Riven?
Yeah,
Yes,
well, just kind of-
we agreed to that. We said that as
Okay.
part of
Yes.
the deal
The deal
for
with
helping,
Revan.
they
Your
could keep the fort and garrison guards because Revan doesn't really
Okay.
have guards.
That's true. We don't. How many? What was the number again on the troops?
100.
Just 100.
100 is 100.
And then the troops are going to be paid by the 30% tax, or is the 30% tax? And is there going to be 30% tax and then an additional amount for the covering the troops? Just wanted to find out.
Well, the troops will be paid directly out of Revan's coffers. They'll just remain stationed there.
That's
Okay.
the deal made with
This
Grandfather.
is Sora Katra. This is Sora Katra speaking of. Yes, Revan will be paying
Okay.
for guards as part of their pact with Yotash directly, actually. Yotash, you could speak more on this. And you see Yotash looks at her, just shakes his head no.
30% taxes does seem excessive. Would there be any leniency, like if there's a bad year where they can't contribute the full 30%? Would there be a way to maybe negotiate to have it put off? Or
Well,
how strict are you going to be at 30% a year for 10 years?
As our next door neighbors, I don't foresee any horrible luck coming upon our sister city that won't come upon ours. I think in times of famine, of course, the tax would be reduced or released. I do not plan to tax the city out of existence when its survival is a greater boon to my people than 30% of its minor income a year. We just cannot be seen to give away a patch of territory that rivals half of my dominion for free.
That's an interesting point. What exactly are you getting out of this?
Well, I'm getting a better image in the world. I'm getting a new source of people who will help fight the only war that really matters once they see it. And I'm getting to help Xenlynn.
Please.
And of course, a closer relationship with the daughters of Sora Kell can only be beneficial to our people. The Kovarians expand further into Zendrick every year, Xenlynn. Be best to have some of them at our back already when the rest show up.
Wait, so you're trying to improve your image, and your idea of that is by taking part of a city from the Corvarians?
I didn't say I was improving my image with Corvair.
You said you were improving your image in the world.
As you and I both know, Xenlynn, Eberron is a much bigger world than that continent.
That's true, and as we both know, and as you've alluded to, there's a bigger war. Wouldn't it have done better to try and improve your image with a larger populace?
Perhaps it would. But I do have morals, my son. Why would I work with the houses when I could work with the misbegotten, forgotten, and betrayed, and lift up those who need it? And your mother actually stands up, walks over behind you, and places her hands on your shoulders, leans down. After all, if you're helping someone who needs it, they love you so much more than when you help someone who doesn't. And she kisses the top of your head. Now, Ms. Rilke will have her 200 lost souls. We will have our tax. I think we can dispose with the pretense of Durwam and say the daughters will have their ideals. And Arengir will have his administration. Are there any other questions? I'd like to put forth a proposal that in 1.5 years' time, 18 months, Revan be allowed to increase the number of citizens it offers home to. As in 1.5 years' time, most of the necessary improvements and repairs to the city itself shall already be made. Any objections? Questions? No? And you see Arengir. I want a higher. I want a cap. I can take up to 1% of my population, 5,000 people.
Is the population 5,000 or is 1% 5,000?
1% is 5,000. I told you there were 500,000 people living in the Undercity.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I'm not going to argue against more people getting a choice. Of course, that cap is only if they want. If they want to stay, they can stay. Jillian, do you have any problems with that?
Yeah. I don't know if we could absorb 5,000. Riven is a really small city, but if we maybe had some sort of heads up on a number as the time got closer.
Which we may have after we get our survey. We should
Yes.
have a general idea there.
We should have a maximum number by then, I think.
We'll know if we hit the cap or not. And if what On Gear says is true, which we have no reason to doubt, there shouldn't be that many anyways. Most of these people chose this.
Yes. So we are all in agreement? All in favor of the plan as is, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. We'll put it to pen, and we'll have a grand feast tomorrow to celebrate. Sora Katra is speaking. Resnor, will you be in attendance at the feast? I'd love to speak to you of our earlier encounter more.
Yeah.
You see Yurtosh, it looks real confused, Xenlynn.
Xenlynn looks real confused.
Yeah, he's like looking at you, you're looking at him, you're both like,
Resnor looks real uncomfortable.
You can give me insight on Resnor if you want, Xenlynn.
Nah, I don't.
Yurtosh is going to make one.
That's fine.
Go ahead and give me Deception, Resnor.
Deception.
I'll let you know no matter what, he doesn't have a detect thoughts. He's not going to know exactly what happened. But if Resnor's looking real nervous, I'm expecting part of those nerves is Yurtosh.
He's not too worried about Yurtosh. He's more worried about he doesn't know a lot about this chick, and he definitely felt her trying to do something to him. 14.
Yeah. Cool. 14 does not beat his insight, but he does not beat you by more than 5. So all he gets is that you're real nervous. Which makes sense. He's real nervous around her too, and they get along well. Comparatively.
Yeah, literally in my notes it says Amira has bad magic, hurts Resnor.
Well, I say we should part then.
No other big announcement.
You still didn't answer my question, Resnor. Will I see you tomorrow? And she's starting to walk out to the door at this point as everyone begins to file out to head to their rooms. Then the back and the left sleeve of her dress slips down. Would you rather see me tonight, darling?
I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan. And she blows a kiss over her shoulder.
All this scary.
As the 4 of you are left here in this room with Arctic. What do you do from here?
If I'm honest, that went better than I expected. I'm assuming she's waiting to do some big announcement with me tomorrow, because we obviously did not help her image tonight of being fully in control. Although I give her props, backing our movement was a master play at trying to seem like she was the one calling the shots.
I don't like the mayor of the Undercity.
I mean, I get where he's coming from to a certain extent. Like, there was a huge war in the middle of the Undercity. Like, they're in a new place. They will have to rebuild. They do have needs. But, yeah, the fact that the population was as big as it was and he was worried about 200 people is insane.
200 is like a max cap. That wasn't even like a set number. So,
Right.
I don't
That
know.
being said, I would expect that in 2 to 3 years, there's going to be a move down here. And I'll sneak a glance at Arctic as I say that, just to see if I get any reaction out of him.
Give me an insight.
If you said what you rolled, we didn't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted, bud.
Oh, my bad. I rolled, I think it was a 9. It was not good. Yeah, it was a 9.
You do not think he is aware of any plans to make any moves. The vibe you get from him is like, I don't fucking know your mom that well, dude, and I've known her literally her whole life.
Right, you just have to look at it, right? If this guy is the one in charge of this place, administration, the people are going to blame him for everything that happens. And if suddenly a year and a half from now, they lose a large chunk of people, that will weaken his position and make it easier for her to do something.
Well, that'll be his problem then, won't it?
I fully agree. It's hard to read her. I don't entirely know what she's planning, but she's definitely getting more out of it than just improving her image.
That sounds about right. Well, let's get out of here then.
Yeah, Arctic, are you sure we should use your room? Where are you going to sleep?
Oh, I thought you weren't staying overnight.
I mean, that wasn't the plan, but now we have to wait for a census and then transport people. So, like, we kind of have to, I feel like.
Well, I'll get you a room. In fact,
Does the party have thoughts? I don't want to just jump in, but like, if we're gonna be moving people, I don't see a point in us leaving just to come back and move people.
I apparently
also
have to meet
joking.
somebody tomorrow.
Joe can only cast plane shift once a day anyways.
Yeah, like, I could in theory bring us back, but at that point we're lowering our transport rate to 2 people per cast instead of 7. Oh, you're muted, Joe.
Jill was saying that she can take up to 5 people. That's all she can do,
shift
and she
is
can only
6.
do that once a day. Oh, if I cast it at 6th level, what if I cast it at 7th?
What spell are you looking at?
Yeah.
We're
Word
talking
of recall.
plane shit.
Jill,
Oh yeah.
Word of recall.
I've
That's
got
smart.
plane shift,
I
but I've
didn't-
also got I wrote it down in my notes since I'm not finding it on my spell list.
I think it's word of recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, word of recall. Because I set up sanctuary in the tower.
Yeah. So
back
that'll
there.
be for getting us out, but for transporting the citizens, we're gonna have to use plane shift. Or transport them out of the city and up to outside of Kyber, but still in Kyber.
No, Jill
much
could
more dangerous.
fully use word of recall to like use plane shift to get here, word of recall to get people back if she wanted to.
That's fair.
Or even No.
I think plane shift is just the fastest way.
I'm going to give you a mechanics thing here. As a city cleric, Jillian, the entire Undercity is sacred to you. So if you cast Word of Recall once there, I will give you a sanctuary point wherever you're standing when you first cast it. So you can Word of Recall back and forth. Yes.
Which will speed it up a bit.
Yeah. But what we're going to actually do here, now that you have your things set, is we're going to do a massive downtime. The next day at the feast, there is so much rejoicing. Every one of you is honored by the soldiers in the battle who saw you break their lines. Jillian is honored as the Tyrant Slayer, despite, I think, in that entire battle, not killing a single person. Resnor, you are the man given, or the Knoll given man flesh to the entire left wing of the army, primarily made up of Knolls. And Xenlynn, Breathtaker, is the epithet that becomes attached to you. Kokkola, people begin to refer to you as Shadeblade, having seen you disappear, and then when you came back out, leave an entire squad dead behind you in the darkness. Now, most of them weren't actually your kills, but the Knolls weren't there when you went in, and the bodies were down when you came out. Kokkola, you are able to get your apparatus repaired, and you will be able to bring it back to Revan with you if you wish. Xenlynn, at the end of the feast day, your mother approaches you. Xenlynn, would you meet me in my chambers shortly so we may speak frankly?
Certainly.
Wonderful. Jillian, you get your list of refugees. Full 200. And there are another 192 who signed up. About 170 of these are need-based. And then the last, that'd be 222, are people who just don't want to be down here. They didn't realize how different being in the Underdark would be from being underground. And they've noticed already that they cannot take the pressure of the air. Arngir hands you the list. I'm sorry for what I said yesterday, Ms. Rilke. I've got a lot of respect for you, I really do. I'm worried maybe I should have worried a little more before I did it, but caught between a rock and a hard place. I'm worried I'm going to make the wrong decisions for our city. And I want to be worried because that means I care. But I shouldn't have taken that out on you and your friends. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't ready for the offer, and I didn't have a reply prepared. So I got mad about it. And I need to do better if I'm going to lead this city to a bright future. And I'm hoping I can call on you for help if I need it. People here really respect you.
Anytime. Yeah. Anytime you need help, I'll help. Keep the clinic open. Message me personally if you need supplies, and I will work out a way to barter, to trade, however, to get you the supplies you need in the clinic.
I appreciate that. Did they tell you that I actually had someone open one up in one of my factories, so that we could keep the lads and lasses treated while you were out of business?
That's great. Had Jillian heard about that? Before?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just like that's
Yeah,
amazing. That's great. It's a good idea to have something on site for injuries.
Yeah. We had just a little lad, maybe 20, 21. He'd just got into his first resurrection spells, and having him on site there was perfect. If you're only a minute away from a man on the floor, you can save him, even if there's a horrible accident. And
That's great.
I'm happy to say that casualties are down to 1%.
That's great. That's great.
That's not even deaths. That's just injuries. At least injuries that are still there when you leave the workplace. If you walk out without a cut, did you ever really get cut?
Well, I'm sorry for getting so fiery with you yesterday.
No. Look. You were thinking of the people, and I was thinking of the city. But the people are what makes up the city. You were right.
That's true.
I'll tell you, that friend of yours, though, is it ex-Kundarak? Yeah, that's the rumor I heard. I don't know if she'll want to hear it from me, but you can pass the apology for the words I spat out at her along. I'd appreciate it. And I don't know. Maybe don't bring her to tense situations. She's right in her opinions, but she's very strongly opinionated. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
Sometimes if you're the loudest voice in a room, it doesn't matter if you're right. Just nobody wants to listen to you because of how loud you are. Because of how it's about, you can be too confident for people. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old and I'm not used to kids yelling at me anymore. And you look at him like, he's really not that old. He's maybe 10 years older than you. But already, you don't know if it's like what the same thing is what's giving him the stone skin. He's already got like salt and pepper hair, a couple of crow's feet.
Jill will tell him that leadership is hard. I know it's not something that I strived for either. I didn't want to be mayor, but I find that it is a duty and it is a lot of responsibility.
If no one else is going to step up, we have to, right?
Right. But I always try to find a connection because we've all got a common thread. We've all got it seems to me that we've all got something that we care about, be it your family, be it your friends or whatever, or be it just a connection to the earth itself. And we all want something, but what am I trying to say? It's just that it is a responsibility, but I try to listen to everyone. I try to form a consensus and to form a plan that's going to be efficient, but it's going to get the job done. So I guess what I'm saying is don't knock yourself down. You've got this. You've got this. You've got good people around you. Listen to them. try to be transparent, in your business dealings for the city. You'll be all right.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jillian. I'll call you if I have any questions or any. Maybe we can talk about what it's like to be mayor together.
Yeah, we can.
Or I'll send you a letter.
Dude,
Gotta remember to write back. I hate not getting that.
I'll write you back for sure.
All right, and we're gonna cut from here to Resnor. Resnor, the next day at the feast, Sorakatra approaches you. Mr. Greyback, how are you this evening? Enjoying the feast? Enjoying your rightful acclaim?
Yeah, it's a good time. There's a lot of good food. How about you?
Oh, I've been having a wonderful time. There's they make the finest pate down here.
Indeed.
Have you tried any? And you see she hands you a cracker loaded up with pate.
I have not. He'll take the cracker.
Oh yeah. All right. Go ahead and roll a d20 for me, would you?
T20. I can do that. Oh, my thing's being weird. 1 second. Why aren't you working? Okay, I'm gonna pull out my dice. That is a 19.
19. You pop this cracker in your mouth, and the pate's really good at first, but as you bite through it, it's like there's a little bit of rot in there, and you have the choice to either try to discreetly spit it out with a sleight of hand, or to just choke it down. You won't take any poison damage or anything.
He's not that subtle. He'll probably kind of spit it out.
All right, yeah, you just. Oh, was it not to your taste? Here, have some wine. That'll wash it out. And she waves the server over, who comes over carrying a tray of wine flutes or wine goblets.
Resnor just grabs one of the goblets and starts drinking from it.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Are you going to work this time, D&D Beyond? Whatever.
DC is 21.
I got a natural 20 for 22.
You see, sticking out of the unchewed pate and cracker that you spat on the ground, just a little sliver of a black fingernail. She looks at you. She looks at you, follows your eyes down. Why don't we walk and talk, Resnor? As she lays an arm along your shoulder. And you realize for the first time that this woman is about 6 to 8 inches taller than you.
Oh. Resnor will walk with her, but he's not gonna get too far away.
I hear through the grapevine that you did my sisters and I quite a favor a few years back.
Oh yeah.
A party of flame cultists marching through Breland into the Eldine reaches.
I might know something about that.
Nice. Well, If Yotash ever does find out our little secret, about 20 minutes tops, Holy. I just want to wrap up Resnor's scene here and then yours, and then we're good. If Yotash ever does find out our little secret about you snooping, you could probably get him off of your back by telling him you ate the Ravagers of Wallensburg. Xenlynn, go ahead and give me a luck check.
Sure.
You want a 13 or higher.
Nope.
Okay. In that case, you walk by just in time to hear her say to Resnor, "You ate the Ravagers of Wallensburg." You cannot place the name, the place Wallensburg. You've not heard that name before. He'd be quite happy to know how well his family was avenged.
Well, I won't lie to you, and no disrespect, but I'm not scared of him. If he were to find out.
It's not about being scared, darling. It's about maintaining friendships. Yotash likes you quite a bit. I'd hate for that to go away. And I'd hate for him to be fighting with you and lose out on his new fancy.
I think
After all, I want my darling boy to be happy.
I think those two are grown enough that they could see past any disagreements me and your Tosh have. They truly fancy each other.
She just gives you a look of really. And, darling, I don't want Yotash to call you an enemy. I've sworn to hold his enemies as my own, and I quite like you.
Well, I'm honored. But your Tosh starting this friendship off with the lie about the wyverns was not a good way to go about this.
Well, that's fair enough. I don't think you need to be friends with my boy. I just don't want you to be enemies. Can we agree to that?
As long as he doesn't do anything to harm my friends, I can agree to that.
Well, of course, I wouldn't take it as a promise. It's just an ask. If I want a promise from you, Resnor, I promise you'll know. And you feel something in this moment. You can go ahead and give me either a either a survival check or an arcana. Arcana will have a lower DC, but I know survival's a better roll for you.
I think he'll lean more on survival, just because his aversion kind of to magic.
Yeah.
Well, that's a 9.
There is some sort of magic in the words "I promise you" when she speaks them. And you feel it settle in your skin and in hers. You do not know what kind of magic this is, but you know it binds the two of you in some way. Whether it's one way, both ways, or not, it binds you. And we're going to move
Alright.
from there
You're good.
to Kokkola. Kokkola, about 3 days into your stay here, as Jillian and Xenlynn begin to set up a ferry system to get people home or back to Revan, you're approached by Arctic. Miss Einget, I've a message from you from Topside,
Oh, thank you.
and a package actually as well.
Okay, thanks.
And he hands you a sort of heavy. It's like 5 pounds or so, wrapped package with a little note card stuck to it that says, "Say cheese from Grandpa."
I'll tuck the card into my pocket and open the package.
You unwrap the package and see a beautifully silvered hand mirror.
Okay, she'll take it out and look at it.
Beautiful mirror. You can give me an investigation check if you want to try to find out more about it or anything. Or is there anything else you're doing other than just like looking at it?
I assume he sent it for some sort of reason. I only got a 14 investigation.
14's enough. There's some runes on the back that you recognize immediately as communication runes with a passcode trigger.
Oh, so cheese. I get it. She'll say to herself, and she'll say cheese.
As you say that, or do you say that to yourself out loud?
No. I think she just thinks it to herself.
Thinks it to herself.
Okay.
Yeah. So you hold it up and say cheese, and you are immediately greeted by your father's face. Kokkola! Kokkola, darling. Oh, you're all right.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Kokkola.
Are you all right?
I'll be fully honest, I'm still a little confused. That your grandfather's told me everything. I have a lot to process.
That's
And I
fair.
don't have a filter that I've had for nigh on apparently 15 years.
Are you doing all right though? Aside from that, I know that's a lot to process. It's gonna not be overnight, but are you okay?
Yes. They cleared out the Kundarak embassy here and gave it to your grandfather to stay in, and they've got a nice room here. And he turns around with the mirror in his hand to show you the room. It's well appointed. And I've got a lovely nurse who's been taking great care of me. And they got the guys broken. But yeah, I'm You're in Khyber right now? Did I understand your grandfather right? You've
Yeah.
literally gone to hell?
Yeah, but I'll be home soon.
Good. Okay. Just checking. You know,
Yeah.
every father loves to hear that they've been being mind controlled by their wife for 15 years and their daughter's gone to hell. So I just wanted to make sure I heard that right.
Dad, you can't say things like that, remember? It's not hell
I can't
to
say
everybody.
things like that.
Don't call it hell. People live here.
Okay,
But-
it's literally hell, though. Like, no offense to those people, they literally live in hell, where demons are from. Like, that's just a fact.
Anyway, are any of the boys with you?
The twins are with me.
I had figured if any of them were, it was those two. Okay.
Your brother, your eldest brother, is currently in a holding cell.
Did he fight back?
I'm not
It's okay.
sure of the details, Kokkola, and I don't want to ask. I know I need to, but I don't want to.
No, you don't need
And
to.
I'm going to.
It's okay. As long as you're okay. You know, the younger Melon and Yellen are good. Grandpa's
Is
good.
Melanie and Yellen are good? We haven't fully explained yet, other than that Mom went a bit crazy, and we're here to stay safe.
That's good. That's good. Well, I'm glad everything's okay. We'll be back soon.
You're coming here?
Are you staying there? Well, I'm going to Revan first, but
I'm staying here until
not
I'm
coming
better, at least.
until you're better. Okay. Did they say
At
how long
least.
this will be?
No one can really tell me, Kokkola.
That's
The curse
okay.
is broken, but you know,
Long-term effects and so on.
I keep waking up, and I can't even call it wanting. I keep needing to go home. And it's not until I'm out the front door that I remember I can't get there.
Don't cry, Dad. It's going to be okay.
When are you coming, Kokkola? I need my daughter.
I'll be home soon. We're bringing refugees back to Revan, and then I'll come and see you as soon as I can from there.
Okay. Be safe, Kokkola.
Does this thing work more than once, or is it just a one-time?
Anytime you need, Kokkola, I'm here.
How will it make you
lose your
feel better if I check in with you once a day until I'm able to come and see you?
How about you check in with me at every meal?
How about I check in with you at breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Because second breakfast, afternoon snack, all of those things, that's a lot, Dad.
God, you really are your grandfather's granddaughter.
In more ways than I think anybody ever realized.
All right, yeah.
I'll see you soon.
All right. And this is where we're going to get our wrap up in. Real quick, rapid fire. Let me know what you guys are doing over the next 2 months as you wrap up the refugee movement. We're going to start with Xenlynn.
Xenlynn tells his mom off and basically says he's not coming back until he's killed every Dalekir.
Your mother, in response, tells you that she understands where you're coming from. She does not appreciate the disrespect, and tells you that she's realized that it's easier to be a good queen and benefit from it than it is to be a bad queen and benefit from it. Basically, people are more likely to keep you queen if they're happy with you.
And I hope you've genuinely learned that. Other than that, he's gonna keep his ritual.
I've learned to pretend it. Goodness, yes. Pretty well. At least with actions. I'm not... You've always been the good son. How? And you see your mother, like, have to force the question out of her mouth. Would you teach me to be good?
I
Or
can
to act the part, at least?
I couldn't teach you how to act it. The core of it ultimately comes from wanting what's best for someone other than yourself.
I should have known you couldn't teach. God damn it. Oh, now I have to find a new advisor. And your
Just
mother
make
just-
sure that you keep the act up. Wouldn't want to
That's the
return earlier than I
fucking
intend.
goal, isn't it, Xenlynn? I'm sorry, are you threatening regicide?
I mean, I didn't threaten your life. I just said, don't make me
Okay,
come
are you
back early.
implying... We said we'd be frank. Are you implying regicide?
I'm implying that
Or matricide, I suppose, would probably be more fitting.
if I find out you've mistreated even one of these people that I'm leaving in your care, it's a possibility.
You really are my son. And your father's. I should track him down and talk to him about being good.
I do have one question.
Yeah. Ask away.
If you wanted me to be your new heir, the son you put forward to people instead of Lively, why haven't you squashed the rumors that people are telling about me?
Rumors?
Oh, come now.
Which
You-
rumors? There's so many. And most of them are quite good.
I don't know.
And I have squashed quite a few of the bad ones.
The ones that I made a deal with the Delkir, you know. The exact thing I always refused to do when I was here.
You see, and I'm picturing this conversation actually got put off until about the end of your stay here. Until
Probably.
it could not be avoided by either you or your mother anymore.
Yeah.
She moves across the room in the blink of an eye, is right up in your face. Who's been saying that?
I don't know.
And that's
who's
where
been
we're going to
saying
end
it.
your scene.
Understandable.
Kokkola, what are you doing to wrap things up here over the next month and a half to 2 months?
Being as teleportation's not really my forte, I probably just do whatever Jill and Zen need. Make sure I call my dad every day, all of that stuff.
Well, and you can let me know, like, if you want to be in Revan working, if you want to be in, like, another, if you want to be in the Undercity, if you want to be exploring the Underdark.
I think if she had the opportunity, she would definitely go back to Revan because that's where she's most helpful. And
I think you're in Revan. You're helping refugees get settled in. You're rallying your clans people, and you see that your grandfather has adopted so many, like, houseless or clanless families into the clan just as expansion. They're not in the line of inheritance, but clan's pretty small. But immigrants from the Morar holds begin coming in and bringing goods and stores with them. I think Kokkola's directing that for a while. Like,
yeah,
the
that's
immigrant and refugee movement.
probably out of the office at the tower.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me, I'm going to say, with the support of the village, give me charisma with advantage and expertise.
Just flat charisma.
No, with advantage and expertise.
I mean, like just charisma stat, no skill.
Yeah, charisma stat, expertise. So +8, and then
Let's see.
at advantage.
16 and double proficiency for me is +10, so 26.
Okay, my bad. So 26. Yeah, no, you very smoothly integrate these refugees in, finding them either apartments in the Kundarak buildings that have been empty, or you actually broker a deal with Yurtosh to move some of the refugees into the fort, since the fort can hold up to 1,000 people, really crammed in there, but up to 1,000 people now that the fort's down to a 100-man guard. You are networking like crazy. Is there anything in particular you want to accomplish with that 26 related to this?
As long as she can get everything up and running smoothly, make sure people get the jobs that they need, the medical help that Jillian that they need, so on and so forth, I think that'd probably be it. She probably would make sure.
I'll say you're definitely directing people to all the right places.
Yeah, and she'll make sure that the folks that go up to the fort are like the more physically capable and so on, just in case, they need help up there and so on. Keep kind of like the elderly and the children closer by.
Yeah, definitely. Jillian, what are you doing over the next 2 months?
What Jill wants to do is she wants to
outside of transportation, of course, that's assumed.
Yeah, Jill wants to make sure that the mayor of the Undercity, Albert Gear, what's his name?
Aaron Gear.
Toad? Aaron Gear, that we've got a sending stone so that we can talk to each other. If he just needs
I'll say the two of you actually get a pair of mirrors like Kokkola's.
Okay. Yeah, if he just needs to vent, or if he has questions, or if we need to, I imagine that we're probably setting up some sort of trade arrangements, like maybe if they have medicine under there that we don't have, or they need something that we have. Yeah.
You see, with the preponderance of magical healing above ground compared to below ground, there are a lot more natural, like plant-derived medicines that they have and antitoxins that they have developed that they begin to trade with you.
Yeah, that's pretty much the biggest thing she wanted to do. She also wanted to check in with whoever's managing the clinic there to make sure they have everything they need, and just anywhere that they need help, if they need something, if they need organizations.
Yeah, let's run a little scene checking in on the person running your old clinic now. As you come up to the door, you see it has been repainted, the same colors it used to be, but of course they're a little brighter, a little fresher. And you see a little burnished gold symbol painted on the windows. You see the elements of the octagram of the sovereign host included in it, where the entire image is one piece viewed from many sides. But as you move across viewing it, you can see that it starts as a front-on view of the octagram of the sovereign host, and when you move to the side, you see the view from the top of the stairs to the Underdark, looking down and out at the profile of the Undercity. You walk up, open the bright red door, hear a little ding 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 as the bell hanging off of it rings. And you hear a voice chirp up at you. Or I guess not up at you, across at you. Welcome to Rilke's House of Healing. How can we help you? Oh! Miss Rilke! I'm not ready for this. And you see a little green head duck underneath the desk. And then peek slowly back out, looking at you to make sure you're real. Hi. You probably don't recognize me, but my name's Kerm. You actually delivered me about 12 years ago. I'm here assisting my mum. She's helping run the place now. Did you need to talk to her?
Jill would say, hi. Yes, I would really love to talk to her.
Mom! Ms. Rilke's here and she wants to talk to you. Kerm, what did I say about yelling back at me when I'm with a patient? I can't understand you through the door most of the time. And she comes trotting out. What did you say? Hello, Jillian. And you see Marlborough.
Jill would say hi to her, and I'm sorry if you're with the patient. I just wanted to check in and see how things were doing.
Just a case of the sniffles. No worries. I'll be back with them in just a second. It's so good to see you. Jill, during these 2 months, or during the first 10 days of these 2 months, did you finish resurrecting as many people as you had dust for?
I could only do 5.
You have 10,000. You have 10,000 gold pieces worth of diamonds, Jill. That's 20 people.
Oh, okay. I only had 5.
And you already did. You can do 18 more. You did 2 already.
I just have one question about resurrecting all those people. Would there be trauma? Would there be trauma with dying and then being resurrected?
I mean, there's the trauma of death. Being resurrected in and of itself is not a traumatic event. The soul can refuse to come back if it doesn't want to. It's basically what it is you cast the spell, and the spell basically sends a yes or no box to them in the afterlife. They have to agree to be resurrected. You cannot force life upon them.
That's good. So yeah, she worked
just
on
a little bit
that.
of cosmology here. It is a known fact to most of the world that if you die in the world of Eberron, you go to the same plane as everybody else. And it's basically, I don't know if you're familiar with the fields of Asphodel from Greek mythology.
Yes.
It's the neutral place. It's an endless wheat field. Like, bad people don't go to hell when they die. Good people don't go to heaven. You live good because you want to be good. If you sell your soul, that's a different story. Obviously.
Yeah. She would be checking up on the people that were resurrected, make sure they're doing okay.
So you did resurrect the rest of the people? Or as many people as you could? You don't have to.
Many. Do you want me to roll and see how many people I was able to resurrect? Or
No, it's just based on the price. Like it's just a price point thing. It's you can do a total of 20 people. It is Diller.
Okay. Yeah, she would do as many as she could. 20.
Okay. Here's the real question. When Kokkola's not looking over her shoulder telling her no, does Jillian bring back Greer?
I would say no, out of respect for her friend, because would she have the insight to know that she's already made peace with that it seemed like she already said goodbye?
Okay. Yeah, I think in this time skip, Jill has whatever insight into herself and Kokkola that she wants to. As long as Kokkola doesn't like oppose and say, no, you don't know that about me.
Yeah, I don't think Jill would go behind her back because she already said how she felt. So I don't think she would do it behind her back.
All right. Decisions locked in. Resnor, over the next 2 months, what do you do?
I think Resnor probably does what he can to help, like Xenlynn and Jillian. If they don't need him, he's probably kind of either wandering around, either Revan while the refugees kind of get settled, kind of keeping things okay in case anything breaks out. I mean, you have two massive groups kind of coinciding now. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say I really love the idea that Resnor is like keeping the peace between these two groups that don't really have no reason to know how to interact with each other.
Yeah, and I think
I like the idea of Resnor using his natural ferocity and intimidation to keep peace.
Yeah, don't want this to turn into a bloodbath when we're trying to help people.
Yeah. Go ahead, just give me. You can give me, if you think you're doing it like kindly and quietly, you can give me persuasion with advantage. If you think you're doing it like by being scarier than either of those groups can be to each other, give me intimidation with advantage.
I would say just due to the fact that he's kind of a pack animal, we'll probably go intimidation.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you still got a blood wolf walking at your side. Makes sense.
19.
19. People are afraid to not get along because they don't want to cross you. And eventually faking getting along turns into actually getting along. And people forget that the reason they were getting along to begin with was because they didn't want you to be mad at them as they grow adjusted to these new neighbors.
Yeah. And then outside of that, I think if he's not peacekeeping or helping Jillian or Xenlynn or anybody, he's probably visiting Roran, because I think he's going to try and use her help to kind of confront this new blood wolf now.
Yeah. You're doing, and I'll remind everyone, Roran is a battle master, way of the open hand monk. Battle master fighter, way of the open hand monk. And Roran starts to coach you through some like active meditation. Go ahead and give me a wisdom check with the help action from Roran.
Wisdom check. Oh, well, I could use the help action, but that's a natural 20 for 22.
Resnor, you can now summon and dismiss your blood wolf at will. And with a DC 10 wisdom check when you summon it, or at any point while it's out, you can cause it to disguise itself as just a regular ass dog. I will let you know if you frenzy and rage, like if you do what we've been calling your feral state, it's going to revert to bloodiness.
Okay.
But if you're just out chilling and you got your wolf with you, that's just a dog, boy.
It's just a doggy.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what Resnor's gonna do. He's really gonna try and work with his rage wolf to try and he knows they gotta coincide together.
As you and Roran do some of these active meditations, you're standing in a creek outside Revan, balancing on top of precariously stacked river rocks. All right, now you have to focus exactly on how you're standing because the rocks are going to shift beneath you with the current. And you have to stay on top of that. And she falls towards you. And it looks like it for half a second, it looks like she's falling on accident. And then you realize she's trying to knock you down into the water. Go ahead and give me an athletics if you want to avoid being knocked down. Or if you just roll with it, you roll with it.
Yeah, I think he'll roll with it. He's just gonna let it
Oh,
happen.
look at you. Look at you, clumsy. And look at me, clumsy. As the water rushes around the two of you here in this shallow creek. Roran holding you down into the creek bank.
He's gonna get real nervous again. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you were clumsy first.
Yeah, I suppose it's not the only thing I'm going to do first. And she grabs you by the back of the neck and kisses you.
Oh yeah, he
And
accepts this completely.
And that's a wrap on Resnor for this season. Our last scene. Cloudy gray skies. Crackling lightning, though it does not light up these clouds. Just a bolt of light moving between them and the ground. And boundless wheat fields below. We move in on a young hobgoblin boy, 17 years old, looking down at a little pool of water. Why did she tell her not to bring me back? What? I barely got a chance at life. What did she tell her not to bring me back? What? Why? And that is a wrap on our first season of Gilded Destinies. Come back and catch us next Thursday night for our talkback episode where we'll be taking some questions from the audience. I'll be interrogating my players about how I've made them feel. And we'll talk a little bit more about Resnor. Thank you to those of you who joined us for the full year and 5 days that we've been on this journey. Thank you to those of you who've just gotten here today. And thank you to those of you who are watching the VODs 5 years from now, hopefully. I've been your GM Chipper. With me tonight, as always, I have channel founder, co-GM, player, and producer, Hooli. One of my favorite players to see at a table of all time, Don, and upcoming GM on a project. You didn't hear it here first. We have the ever lovely Shen playing the moral heart and core of this band of misfits. And the man who needs no introduction, but will get one 20 times an episode anyway. Resnor, played by Not Duke. God. We're done? that's it. That's season 1. That's a wrap. I don't know why you're still hanging around. Bye.
Click back. Bye bye.